We are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the late night special of the spaceship. This is the late night one, and you could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world or anywhere out in the galaxy. And I appreciate you for being here. We have some various things to talk about, and I will be playing the game for a little bit in the beginning and go into some other stuff. We'll see how everything goes as it goes on, and basically now what I will do is I will switch over to the other screen right over here. Okay. All right. So hello everybody. Those seeing this as a rerun, seeing this live with me, we are here, and I will be doing the game, and I'll talk about some different stuff while I play the game, and then in a little bit we will go and go into the other stuff as well, depending how everything goes. Okay.
The spaceship has snow on it tonight.
What?
The spaceship has snow on it.
Yes. Yes, the spaceship has snow on it tonight. It's a snowy spaceship. Yes. Okay. So now I will be getting the game on. Okay. All right. I do this also to while people come in. I like to play this because if I went and say did the topics right away, there might be people that might not see it that might come in a little bit later. So it's a way to give everybody time to come that will come, and we'll see how it goes. What kind of audience we have tonight? It'll be interesting. And I'll be going live tonight technically, which is Friday night. It'll be Friday night. I'll go live and around 7 and talk about these same things again with the other audience, which will be a much bigger crowd than this, but this is just for the late night people. People that like a late night stream.
Late night club.
Late night club. All right. All right. Okay. Delight wins. That's true. Hello, Delight. Good to see you. Welcome to the spaceship. I'm glad you're here with us. Basically, I am. You are the winner of the night. That's true. There you go. All right. Okay. So I'll talk about what's been going on. So basically, yeah, this is a palm tree in the pirate game, and it has some stuff on it, some Christmas decorations for the season, and also we have that is a Sandman, snowman of the Caribbean, pretty cool. So basically, we had an interesting situation happen where we had a snow incident in Enola, New Orleans, and it broke a record, according to some accounts, because it has, in the way it snows down here, is that I have my own theories about it, which I'll talk about, but basically, they say every 10 years or so it'll snow here. So, when it's when it snows here, you'll have a situation where it only does it very rarely because of the climate. But there'll be occasions, especially in winter, it always gets cold here in winter. Maybe not always throughout its history, but usually it gets pretty cold down here. And when the conditions are all right, the ground temperature and the atmosphere, when everything is the correct temperature, it gets very cold, and it will cause, and the snow will appear. Now, my theories are that in 2013, it got very cold, and it didn't snow, but there were icicles, and it looked like there were patches of snow on the ground. And also some other like last year around this time of year it was snowing and even the weather thing said it was snowing, but it wasn't nothing was sticking on the ground. So like how it will work is sometimes it'll snow but it won't the snow won't appear on the ground. But this time was a very rare occurrence, which I don't know. I'll see how, as the years go on. This may happen more frequently for various reasons, but usually this is a very rare occurrence, especially the snow, the way it snowed. And it got the record was 10 inches. This time it seems it was 8 inches. I measured 9 inches in one part, and other parts of the yard it seemed higher. And on by the gate on the side of the fence, it got up to 20 inches. It nearly took up a whole yardstick. So I remember because the night it was snowing, basically, I was looking out the window right there and I'm thinking, there's nothing going on right there. And I wake up in the morning and I see piles of it, of white snow everywhere. It was really, really something else to see. And I could see the reflection of it. It was really interesting, and people tell me that with the climate that I have, I could grow things and it could get, because it's so warm, but it's like it doesn't stay warm here all the time. Maybe in South America and maybe parts of Florida, it would be hot all year round or more warm, but down here it gets very cold. And New Orleans, I read an article that said New Orleans got more snow than Alaska's biggest city. Scared. And yeah, so basically I was going out there and it feels like it was a lot like sand. That's what the snow was like. It was a lot like sand. And with the sand, it was like very, as I said, very sandy like. So I was trying to see about building the snowman. The thing is, the snow was very sandy, but you see, I learned a day later the snow starts to be easier to form into things. And we have some interesting weather going on in the world in general, with the wildfires going on in California and not this year but the year before there was a drought here. So I don't know. I think that the earth there's people who believe in climate change. I'm not saying I don't know if it's true or not, but I think the earth does go through different cycles over time, and it's interesting to see how often this occurs. And with Eugene, hello Eugene, good to see you. Yeah, and with the snow, it was very sandy. It was kind of like being on a beach but with sand. And it was so cool seeing the palm tree with snow on it. The last time something like this happened, it was 2008. But in my entire life, I have never seen the snow like that. It was like piles of it. And it was nearly parts of the yard, it was nearly to my knee cap. It was taking up my whole leg in some parts. And as I said, the stream was very fun. That was, I'd say, my favorite stream I've ever done. And it was like a cool movie. Although the other streams I've done with going into my yard are like a movie too. I'm not like, because Ice Age coming, possibly, but that's something. That's a good idea. That possibly might be going on. We have to wait and see how it all goes because the weather seems to be acting strange, and I'll explain to you more about what I think about it. And this, so as I said, because there's these streams I have of me in my yard, and it looks like a jungle. So I can't say, I can't deny what the other stuff, but I just think that the snow was so cool. It was a very one of my, I said either my most favorite or the top favorite streams I've ever did. It was so cool to be in that snow and to do that. And my hands are kind of getting freezing. And people were telling me to need to put gloves on, and it was just like like an action movie, just like the other streams of when it's summer here. So I'm like, with both seasons are cool, but yeah, I really enjoyed it, and so I will say that hello, Kaz, good to see you. It's been a while since you've been here, and yeah, I need to remind myself to put some of the pictures of it on X, Twitter. I need to do that, and I'll tag you in it if I remember to do it, Kaz, because it was a very interesting weather phenomena. And I remember, now, so basically the snow happens. They say every 10 years or so. Last time something like this happened was 2008, and then with it, but it wasn't this intense. Yes, absolutely. Okay, understood, Kaz. Yes, yeah, and basically, I think that it said this time it was the most it was ever been. You're expecting snow on Saturday. All right. Well, that's cool. That's cool. So it happened when I was a kid in 2004. Also, but it wasn't as much as it was this time. But it was on Christmas Day in 2004, and I have a picture of me. I made a comparison between me then and now, which I'll have to post on my community tab on YouTube. And basically, with the YouTube, what I've been doing, it's like there's much more snow this time than last time. So I understand that every year it doesn't do this, but only on a rare occasion. Florida had 6 to 8 inches of snow, while Alaska only had 4 to 6 inches last few weeks. Yeah, and I measured by my gate, and it was 20 inches. And there's parts of the yard where it was nearly up to my kneecap. And it was wild. So when I was out there with my phone and in the snow and all the wind, it was just like I felt like I was in a hurricane, but a snow hurricane. Yes, thank you, Mary, and good to see you, Mary Toodles, in the chat. And she says the last time it snowed like Tuesday was 1895. Easily a foot of snow. Yeah, yeah, it snowed here like it did back then. So we'll have to wait and see as the years go on if it takes 10 years for it to happen like this again. And I don't know. I think that it's possible that the climate and weather, for whatever reason, could be shifting, maybe. And I know I have to make it clear here that it just happens every 10 years or so down here, and every a certain amount of time, over a very long period of time, it'll snow like this. Okay, so make that clear. But I just think like the weather patterns in California and how Alaska's not getting the same type of snow as it gets here. Yeah, yeah, I agree. I think that the conditions may be changing in the earth for some reason to cause these kind of things. And as I said, in my life, it has never snowed like that. And it was just crazy to see. all this snow was, it's still there right now. It's going away, but it's still there. I was at Mary Toodles was off and on all day. It was absolutely crazy. It was, and basically, like we had a drought here a year before that, and as I said, I think that certain cycles could happen. And Mary says it snowed more Tuesday than it did the past 80 years combined. Yeah, exactly. Grand solar minimum. Exactly. Weather goes in cycles. And I think the Earth goes through different cycles. And we may be going through, like what Eugene said. Eugene. That it will be an ice age, maybe. And it's like in the seven. Okay, those that know like the stuff they talk about climate change and global warming. In the 70s, I did research that they had something called global cooling. And I think we're in a time of global cooling. I think that's more likely than the global warming. Like, I really, really want to post, if I could remember to do it somewhere, that global warming, all right? I'm looking at global warming out there right now. I remember it's like I jinxed myself. I was hanging out with this cat, and I'm thinking, like, you know, it's completely. It was like I'm looking out there. It's not snowing. I just hear I heard the snow falling, but or ice rain. But it was like I'm like I saw nothing. And I woke up, and on the glare of the window, there's white. And I looked out the window. The whole yard was white, and there's piles of it. I'm like, wow. And as I said, it was exhilarating to walk into and walk around the yard. But the problem was when I was doing the stream, there was a situation where people are celebrating the snow, and they're playing some music in the background. And because of copyright reasons, I didn't feel comfortable with talking while that was playing, and I'd rather have it not, some music playing while I'm talking. So basically, the points were it was snowing, and it was like a sand. And it was like sand, and also basically Eugene says, Mary, depends. I only seen a lot of snow in February, light dusting most of the time. And I remember seeing recently that a couple of years ago it was colder here than it was in like Europe. And then I was trying to build the snowman, but it was just too sandy. And I was stacking the snow on top of each other. And when I was stacking the snow on top of each other, what happened was it was just like, as I said, it just kind of slid off. So I learned, and from my observation, from what I learned directly from Mary Toodles, is that you have to, the day after the snow is better to do stuff with. And I built another tiny snowman. Some of you may have seen the post I made. But so basically, the small snowman, the request was that from Eugene and from a couple of different people, like Jay Baloo and Sarah, there would be like an alien pirate snowman. And aliens are kind of short, some of them. So I kept the small design. And it took a very long time to make that, like what you saw. Like those that saw the post of the snowman, it looks like a pyramid. It took a very long time to construct that, and also for the snow to fall on top of it. It took a long time. And so I took some vegetables that I grew and I put it on there. And I put a pirate hat on it, and it was pretty funny. I said I like walking through snow. And walking through the snow was very fun. Now, one thing that was tedious was when the snow, like when you make a pathway in the snow, it causes this ice road to accumulate and it gets very slippery. So it's fun to walk through snow, but the day after, it's like real slippery. So you have to be very careful. And a couple of times I was walking and there was like something buried in the snow and I would kind of twist a little bit, but I wouldn't fall. Everything was like in slow motion. And I kind of like to hop into the snow. It seemed pretty fun. And people are surprised to see how cold it could get here. I said, people tell me with the climate I have, I can grow these things. But look, I had an avocado tree that was unalived from the frost. I had peppers that were unalived from the frost. That's why I have to bring some stuff in. And it's like New Orleans or like in Louisiana in general, it's not like what people may think. Zero, I'm glad you're here. Alright, so Zero, you asked me a question during my live about what was the snow like. And as I said, I would have talked to y'all, but there is some music out in the distance, and it would have caused a problem with the stream. So basically, Zero, what happened with the stream, with the snow, was it was like sand. It was not like you could put it in I made a snowball out of it, but it was very like sandy. But the day after and now, it's like harder. It's like you can make it to a snowball now. That's why when I was getting the stuff together to put the snowman, it was just kept sliding off. And the little snowman I made, as I said, it was an alien snowman, so I decided to keep the smaller design, but I could have made it bigger because the snow eventually got more agreeable. And there's enough snow to make a snowman. There's enough snow to make an igloo. As people misinterpret like what the weather is like here, because it doesn't always snow here. But shout out to Zero, he came on the game with me. But the snow. Now, this is my theory about the snow. According to my observation, my opinion. So basically, what happened was. You're welcome, Zero. You're right, exactly. It was more sandy. And as I was watching the chat, and I'm thinking now what I could have done. I could have typed you could get like a text window open, and I could have like talked to y'all that way. But with all the snow on my screen, I don't know how well that would have worked. And also, what happened was, I'll tell you what was going on. So Sarah was there, and I'm glad she got to see Amanda. And basically, I was going to go over to the side of the house to show Sarah some more of the plants that were like the tropical plants that were frozen in the snow. And right when I turned my camera, it went out. And then when I went to go put it in the charger, the phone had liquid in it. So it had to dry for an hour or two. And then after it dried out, I was like, thank God. You caught the end when my phone died. I don't know why the game's not letting you on. Okay, he let him on. Yeah, Eugene, and I know with the chat was saying Sarah told me what happened later, and Matt came. I didn't know Matt came, and oh, and also my internet went out. Also, so I couldn't go on there and try to do it through the computer or shut it down. I remember y'all were saying that the ice yetis may have gotten me, or the space yetis, and I did encounter a space yeti. I did twice during the stream when I was going in the back in the yard. I I went and saw the something moving around, and it was is this white thing, and it was really big, and I'm like, I can't believe these things came out, and it took them so many years for them to come back out because they've been hiding in the shadows or they came in with the snow. And then I saw one when the phone went out, and I wonder if it caused some telepathy for the phone to go out. But I quickly was able to fight it off. And, there's probably some other creatures lurking in there as well that I thought I was hearing. And so my theory is that so in 2013 there was icicles, and on the ground there looked like there was patches of snow, but it was nothing like anything like what we see here. And I think my theory is that every single January or something like that, a type of snowstorm comes in, but the conditions aren't right for the snow to either stick, or when it falls, it's too like warm for it to become snow. But in certain occasions, it'll become snowy. For instance, in 2017, it was supposed to snow here, and it snowed in Baton Rouge, and it snowed west of me, I think. It snowed in some different parts. So it has been snowing a little bit more frequently than it used to. And it looks like there's almost times where it snowed. Like, for instance, last year, I looked on the weather app and it said it was snowing here, but it wasn't like hitting the ground and making a snowman. And another thing that happened was on the vehicles, I saw the snow inside, like where the windshield was on the car. But this time there was like a phenomena where it like went full blizzard. It was like a little blizzard. And I do wonder, and I will see as the years go on, if it will happen in another 10 to 15 years, or if it's just going to happen more frequently. It may be some sort of different cycle the Earth is going through. Or, we'll see how it goes. But, you know, Damon was watching, like, on his stream about the New Orleans thing. He was seeing for a moment his somebody he knew was streaming on it in their vehicle, and he was like shocked. He said he didn't know it snowed like that here, and he thought it was like it looked like Michigan. But I said, it may be farther south, but we're still in the same spectrum in the north. Like the spectrum is very large. Canada to down here. But, in South America, like Brazil or parts of Mexico, like South Mexico, I don't know if it would snow there, or like California, but we're in like the zone where these severe cold weather could happen. And I have to say, Florida and Louisiana are the OGs, because it's like it's a tropical hot climate where you could have like a jungle, but it could also be a winter tundra and a winter wonderland. And and you didn't see the snow live. Yeah, we're getting them. All right, and basically, I thought Yeah, Eugene says Yeti versus Bog Monster. Hilarious. Yeah, and okay, so they got me a little bit. We'll sink them. Okay. So okay. Anyway, so basically, as I was saying, the it was nice seeing a lot of the people there from the different parts of YouTube and just in general that came in. And as I said, it was very nice. It was, it looked like a fairy tale. It usually looks like a fairy tale from a tropical fairy tale, but this time it really. I love the different trees and stuff that I grew and the plants I put there, because it was a really great effect, and I felt like I was in a movie, in some sort of winter survival movie. Edward Scissorhands and also the Reverend, that one. So those two, that's what it definitely was like. And yeah, it was just very fascinating. And I didn't have to go to Timbuktu to see the snow. It came here. So as I said, the this place. I also want to make clear. I have a tree. The big tree I have in my yard it originates from China. From China, as Trump says, China. And he, basically the way it got here was the original colonists, like from the the original ones in the Northeast. They had them in, and it may have been before it was their own country. It may have been when they're still with England. They imported those seeds. They did to create for ornamental reasons. Because it's like it changes. People always say that down here, it doesn't. The trees don't change colors. But I'm watching this little tree I was growing, and it was red and orange and yellow, and people are telling me that the trees don't change colors here because of the climate. It's not about the climate. The climate here is fine. It gets cold, it gets cool. The humidity goes into in a reincarnated state of being completely cold instead of hot. And as I said, the tree completely yellow, or completely orange, or completely red, even purple. It looks kind of like purple looking sometimes. Some of the leaves, and but a lot of the trees, like the cypress trees and stuff, basically they just turn brown or like orange looking. SE, hey buddy, good to see you. It's really great to see you here. And SE says Happy New Year to Mary Toodles. Yeah, and SC, I got, as you saw the rerun of the stream, I got to see myself some snow. And also, I want to make clear that tomorrow I'll be doing pretty much a duplicate version of this stream, and it'll be for the people that weren't able to be here to stay up late with us. But I still continue the late night streams. But tomorrow I'll be doing the stream at 7, and I'll be basically kind of like saying the same thing with some. I'll talk about some other stuff too, but it's basically the same thing. For the people that weren't able to, be here. Aw, they sunk us. Oh, we both got sunk. That would sink any ship. So, yeah, insta sink. So I have to go repair my ship. That would happen to any ship. The game's glitching on me. It's not letting me break out of prison. Scared. Oh, it did it. Okay. OSC, I'm glad you're watching my videos. So just be warned, everybody. Tomorrow, and maybe even throughout this stream, as people come in, I might repeat stuff that I said before. Okay. All right. Here we go. So basically, everybody, SE. So this is what happened. They said it was going to snow. Oh, it took you a moment also. Okay. Okay, so SE, it. I was looking out the window the night before. I didn't see anything, and I heard some ice rain. I'm like, there's nothing. And I wake up, and I'm looking at a white glare, like a white reflection. And I look out the window, and there's piles of it, and the whole yard was white. I did it again. I went down the wrong way. All right, so I have to go the other direction. So it's been since 2008 since it snowed like this, but it snowed way more than 2008. And in 2017, it snowed. Snow glare. Okay. In 2017, it snowed up north and like a little bit west of me and in Baton Rouge. So it snows kind of frequently here, but a little bit more frequently than it used to. And in 2013, there were some patches of snow and some icicles. Last year, there was kind of some snow on the vehicles, so it looks like the snowing occurrences are happening more frequently, but it hasn't happened since 2008. But it basically broke a record. I learned from Ryan Hall about how to measure snow, and he has a YOLO meter, and I was intending to get a YOLO meter because I know it snows here sometimes, and I would have had it for the snow event. But I'll get one next year for either when I go somewhere where it's snowing up north or whenever it snows here again. But you could still use like a yardstick; it would still work. So you get the snow in 3 areas in a triangular figure. And you take to sum up the average what the 3 different measurements are. And as I said, so when it was SC, it was very nice. It was so cool. It was like being in a winter wonderland. And I really enjoyed it. And after you make a pathway in the snow, I would make a pathway in the snow, and the next day it's very slippery. And the spot that you walked in. And Zero gave good advice about walking into the snow, and also I heard you can walk like a penguin, and also his advice was good too. And just I gotta be slow and just be firm steps. Yeah, and Strandic was saying that she was kind of laughing to herself about the weather we're having. And it's like all the people here were very fascinated and excited to have the snow, but she isn't really a big fan of snow because it snowed her whole life. But it's like basically, snow has some cons to it because of it gets slippery in some spots. But I personally, I'm weird. I like the snow. I understand for like the cats and animals and stuff, it's kind of cringe for the outside ones, but as I said, I liked it. I wouldn't mind if it snowed more frequently. And it snowed more here than it did in Alaska. And Essie said, but Stranded's cool people are, I'm not like, her and I didn't have a problem. It was kind of like uh, the reaction to the snow is not like what she would have thought, but at the same time, there were some tedious things that happened because of the snow, and I can understand why it may be, kind of annoying in some ways. All right, Captain, iron broadside sensors and blood. Oh, iron walls, centrons, and bloodhounds. Okay. Okay. And keep reminding me if I forget. Okay. Sure. Hello, Cynthia. Good to see you. Welcome. And SC said snow glare, also known as snow blindness or photokeratitis, is a temporary eye condition caused by the reflection of the ultraviolet UV rays of the snow. It can cause discomfort and vision problems. And Cynthia says, watch for the ice or dark spot. Knew someone in Texas who fell on ice and need 30 pins at ankle. She was only 34. Ouch. I think I recall you telling me that when it happened. I was much younger, Cynthia. And she said, lived in Texas twice. It is ice that would get you. Yeah, and so as I said, the snow was very fun, and I liked walking in it, and I liked just chilling and enjoying the winter scenery. And I always liked the Viking stuff and things like that. And I got to see a snow event like I've always was wanting to see for a long time. And I think it's interesting. And we got more snow than Alaska, the biggest city in Alaska. Polaroid lenses work. Oh, you're just stopping by. All right. Well, I'm glad that you're stopping by. Yeah, it's very interesting weather that we're having, Cynthia. And yeah, and basically the snow is kind of like it's still there, but it's starting to kind of go like melt down. And it was so cool with the live stream. And as I said, I'm glad that I grew all those trees and those big plants because it was like a nice winter forest to walk through, and like I could just be like I'm surviving in the woods and just isolate that spot. But as I said, I did the streams of myself inside the when it looks like a jungle. So it's like either way, it's a very fascinating yard, but still the winter thing was so cool. And as I said, the gloves is something that I misplaced because it's been a couple of like over 10 years since I used them, and and basically and they're telling me to put some gloves on and stuff, but so basically something you could use is like socks as a substitute for it, but gloves is something good to get. So yeah, as I said, I was in a winter survival movie. They make cheap Polaroid sunglasses. No glare need for the beach. Thank you for telling us about that. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, he needs iron walls, centrons, iron wall and centron. Iron Wall and Centron. Where is he? Um, hmm. They're somewhere over there, I think. Okay. All right, Zero. We're gonna find this. Hello, Cyber. When I lived in Oklahoma, there was an ice storm, and then it snowed, and then we had another ice storm. Everything was glossy white for about a week. It looked like plastic world, like a plastic world, a plastic world. That's a good one. Yeah, and it was like those different movies and like Edward Scissorhands and those different like the Reverend when he was in the woods. Yeah, it was so cool. As I said, people are saying it looked like over in that other place, the Michigan. It looked like that, and it was. I love the stream. I love the people on the stream. I couldn't say anything because of the copyright issues. Because of YouTube, if you play some copyright music, there's like some copyright claims that could happen. All right, there's your bloodhound. All right. The iron wall, I think, is up there somewhere. Yeah, so thanks about the glare, because it's like the glare was like I could see it in the ceiling. It was quite fascinating, and it's that people like it can get very cold here. Like people tell me that with the hot weather here, we could grow kinds of things. If it gets too hot, I saw a pumpkin plant and it sprouted and it was watered and the sun vaporized it like a microwave. And then it'll get so cold that it deletes everything. And it's like a jungle and it's a tropical tundra. Like I think this is a pretty cool place. It's like you got like every single type of climate and weather pattern in one place. And also Florida got it too. In Zero, I am looking for the requested ships. I think that might be an iron wall out there. I'm not too sure. But there's a spot where the y'all are at. All right. Just centrons. Okay. All right. We'll go and look for them in a better spot. I'm gonna go on my map. Okay. We are on the other side of everything. Okay, so we're just gonna be sailing until we get to the spot because it's a little bit. Okay. So basically, I understand for the animals and stuff, it's cringe. But as I think the snow is pretty cool, but I understand it can be tedious. But like basically, what happened was after you walk a pathway into snow, that pathway will get very slippery. Okay, so we're heading into the directions of the Centrons. I'm probably saying it wrong, but there you go. Yeah, and like I was so it was there's a dead silence. I know, SC, you and I are the odd ones, and those, basically, yeah, the humid. It's like I personally like I love the tropical jungle and exploring that stuff, and I like things about this place. And I've as I gotten older, I've gotten better at handling both types of weather. But basically, I think now my hands get very cold where I would need gloves, but I do quite well. I do quite well in this the snowy weather, and with my high cheekbones, they kind of act as like a cushion for my eyes. Like it kind of helps shield the snow from my eyes. Yeah, it's like so the eerie silence. So shout out to this man is so skilled with the game. Like you know, he really did his research on it. Okay. Hello, DJ. Hola, Senior DJ. So with the snow, what happened was it was a dead silence at night. Sometimes at night there will be a dead silence. Like, cause I go outside a lot at night, and I'll like there'll be no noise, cause that's what space sounds like. So after it snowed, it was a dead silence. It was even more of a silence. And I was walking the side of the, one of the house over there the house, and I heard the chimes faintly ring. And I'm like, I paused for a second. I'm like, is there something else going on here? You know, but I go in that part of the yard, and there's a very faint wind that was blowing in that certain area. That it explains the noise. So, all right, Zero. Thank you. So, basically, yeah, very nice silence. And I looked at the stars and the moon. It's so cool. I really enjoyed, as I said, I enjoy the snow, and I like seeing the scenery, and I enjoy going live and seeing my subscriber friends and seeing the other YouTubers that were watching. If I could have done it longer, you know, if the phone didn't go out, which I have to see about, there could be some sort of a charger of some sort that can handle doing a stream like that. That'll be something I could look into. But if it's the jungle or if it's the winter tundra, I really enjoyed it. And man, I am glad that y'all got to experience this with me. The snow event. Because y'all, see my yard and the garden and stuff. And something that I'm flabbergasted about is the grass is still green. The parts that melted away, it's like the grass is still green. And I do not know what happened to the garden. And it's okay. There were some root plants that could be harvested, and there's some spinach. Like, depending what condition they're in, they could all just be salvaged and eaten. But it's winter spinach and those winter crops I was growing. And I'm still going to wait and see how well it fared out. See, because I'm like, I remember on the stream, I couldn't communicate with y'all like I usually would. So I just like wrote in the snow and I wrote garden. That's where the garden was. I did do a garden update. I didn't post it yet, but I did a garden update. It was at night, and I said, this is the garden buried under snow. There is an extra charger you can get that plugs into your phone. It lasts for a while too. You plug it, the charging port. It's an external battery. Yeah, you see, when I do external batteries, usually they go out right away when I'm doing a stream or something like that on the phone. It'll go out instantly, the battery. So I just don't know. I have to look into it. But thank you, SC, for the suggestion. And I'm sure what you're saying works. I'm just saying other ones I've used couldn't handle doing a stream. All right. You see, that was a gangster move. I just did. So, basically, in my opinion, I think that it's very interesting to see the snow, and the dead silence is so fascinating. SC says you're welcome. I'll email you the one that I have. Maybe you already know about it. Oh, thank you, SC, for sending me the info. And I was gonna tell you at some point about the snow thing I was experiencing, and everybody's shocked about how much snow we got on the car. It was a pile of it, a giant pile of it on the car, on the vehicles. As I said, so I'll explain. So, like California or parts of like Southern California, I don't think it ever snows there. It gets really cold. Well, it gets kind of cold, but it doesn't snow. And also another thing. Right, right, exactly. I would welcome it once a year. Right. And basically, there's like South America, a true tropical environment, or Colombia, the where the you know Brazil and stuff like that. I don't think it would ever snow there. Where there's macaws and there's like, I could be wrong, but over here, Louisiana is like in Florida, like northern Florida, it's like the tropical climate, but it's still in the spectrum of the cold climate of the northern hemisphere of the cold climate. So as I said, it's like a spectrum, and Louisiana is on the lesser end of the spectrum. But when you're still in the spectrum, you're gonna have some traits of it. And depending on different weather cycles and weather patterns, you might have it more frequently than other times. Because the past few years in this state, it has snowed. The city hasn't seen snow like this since '08 in the 1800s, but I think it seems to be happening more frequently. Throughout the years, we'll see. Maybe there'll be a snowstorm once a year, or maybe it'll happen as it usually does every 10 years or so. We'll see how, what happens. But as I said, I mean, being in a house or being somewhere and a hurricane happens and the power's out and it's hot and humid, I'd rather this kind of weather I do better in. But I can handle the heat as I gotten older, and I don't mind the heat. I don't mind going out in the sun, with some sunscreen and stuff, or with a hat, and enjoying and the sun. But I mean, as I said, I think I handle this type of weather more preferably. But as I said, my hands though, I would need gloves, and I'm wearing a hoodie and a raincoat that I got that's an insulator and it gets very hot. So I wore those two things. I'm just pretty much good to go. Yeah, me too. I wouldn't mind getting a couple of times a year. Right, right. And also, SC. So basically, the snowman. What happened with the snowman was I was trying to put it together, but it was very sandy, and I didn't have socks or gloves on my hands, so I wasn't able to really. I would have still been able to do it. It just would have been more tedious. But I learned a day after the snow is more easy to formulate. So basically, the I took the original base where the frosty thing would have went, and people were requesting an alien pirate, and aliens are kind of short, so I created an alien pirate snowman, and that was the snowman up there. And as I said, I could have built a bigger one, especially afterwards. And I kind of like didn't want to. I liked the scenery of the yard being just blanket snow white, and I kind of like just wanted it to stay that way. But I certainly either if I go up north at some point, or whenever it snows here again, I will certainly be glad to construct a much larger one, and I certainly look forward to that. Yes, an alien snowman. And I used vegetables that I grew. I used a piece of corn that I grew. I used the leaves from a turnip. It was fun. And also, SC, Peach was watching it. Yeah, shout to corn. And she was writing me while she was watching it, and she really loved the scenery, the palm tree with the snow on it. That was her favorite. But yeah, I remember I got a shot of like the trees and the wood and the other plants, and it looks like a winter forest. And my one of my friends, True Crime Lullaby, she said it looked beautiful and that they don't get snow like that where she is. I'm like, as I said, it's like I'm glad that we're in the spectrum of snow, but like over in LA right now, it just looks like summer over there. And as I said, I've had peppers and an avocado tree get unalived in the freeze. So anybody that thinks you could just grow anything here all year round is wrong. If you're in South America, if you're in like maybe parts of California or in parts of Florida, it was like, maybe you could grow stuff all year round there. And a part of me, this may seem bipolar, but a part of me would not mind being in a climate where you could grow stuff all year round without it getting cold. It will, and I think tropical climates like in the Pacific and stuff are very fascinating. I like tropical climates, but as I said, I like this type of weather. I'm glad that we get it. Yes, she got snow. It snowed up there where she is. Yeah. The whole south snowed, I think. Or most of the south snowed. And my friends were so fascinated to see the snow in the city. And also for everybody, I know some of you saw the rerun of the stream, but I do want to let y'all know is that it's the chat is completely developed. So when it originally was released, the snow, not the snow, but the stream was not, the chat was not there. So it's completely developed. So anybody that wants to go rewatch that stream, everybody's chat messages are back. SE says he likes the seasons, but he could do without summer. I understand, and hurricane season isn't nice, but I'll tell you, SE, being in a hot house with no electricity during a hurricane is not fun. As I said, like I do better in this type of weather, I think. But I still like parts of the summer. I do like going out. And I like all the seasons, but I prefer like the cooler weather. In SC, I know that you have like Swedish ancestry. You're half Swedish, and I'm sure like everybody else is like related to the that group in the chat somewhat. Probably, I don't know, but basically, our ancestors lived in climates that were me. It's very far back, of course, but very far. That they lived in these cold. They had fjords and very cold climates and stuff. So it's fascinating to get to experience that here. That's truly Nordland, like that album Nordland. It's that's what it's truly here. And as I said, it's SC. It's so fascinating. It looked like a winter a fairy tale somewhere else. It's like being like somewhere else, and yeah, facts, facts, and it gets very. Oh, everybody in the city was in. A lot of the people were enjoying it. People were putting up photos and pictures of it on social media, and everybody was like, "Oh, happy to be in it." But I understand people want to work or drive and stuff like that. It might be tedious, and all the interstates were closed. But like, so like, Stranded's cool people, and she was glad to see I was enjoying it. But she kind of thinks it's annoying. But she lived in it her whole life. And she said that she would rather live in a climate like this, where it's like hotter. But it's like, I don't know. But basically, I like where I am because it's like I could get snow once in a blue moon, but still be in a climate where you could grow stuff. I mean, I'm not complaining, and I mean, I could still get the snow here. But look, I would like to go in a place though for a time period where it snowed more frequently. I mean, that would be pretty cool. I wouldn't mind that. And then I was like wondering, is there going to be a crazy blizzard at some point that's going to hit us? It's like as the years went on, and look, I think that anything's possible. I'm like wondering, like what's going to be next? Whoa. Yeah, and also because Stranded was saying that basically it was very annoying the snow. And look, and I was telling her that a lot of people like can't like people are panic buying at the store. People were upset and like you know didn't know how to drive right. And I was slipping around and about to like fall on my face. And so as I said, I love snow, but it does have some cons to it, especially if you're gonna drive in it or something. So it has pros and cons to it. So Stranded, I completely understand like her position on it, but I do like it at the same time. It's kind of like a double-edged sword. Essie says when I lived near Buffalo, it sucked. When me and my brother had to shovel it, I hated it. And Miss Adams was telling me, she would tell me on ABL that she had was shoveling snow, and I found myself shoveling snow and not slipping. And she said, "Welcome to my world." Essie said, "When I live, I already said that. Okay, yes, they do all over the place. Panic buy before the snowstorms." SC, they're panic buying after the snowstorm here. Down here, they're panic buying now because they didn't prepare. And I will say it's kind of like a winter hurricane. In SC, when I was walking through the snow, part of it was going up to my kneecap. And something interesting happened. So what happened was I was walking in the snow. Oh yeah, SC. So yeah, that is cool. And I look by the gate and I put this yardstick there and it measured to 20 inches. Most of the gate was gone. And I measured 8 inches and then 9 inches and also in some parts 10. Yeah, walking in a winter wonderland. Yes. And in SC, it was like, say there's this other vehicle. There's this, not a vehicle, but there's a hand truck, and it was half a hand truck, and there's snow all over on top of the car. Like 3 feet of it on top of the car. Walking in a winter wonderland. Exactly, exactly. So it was a very fun experience, and I was talking to other people that live up north, and Alexa Rose was concerned about my hands, and yeah, my hands get very cold. That's something that I don't do well with is my hands. They get very cold. We don't really have stuff for snow down here. They imported some snow stuff from up north. So I think they have some type of a snow plow, but it came from up north. I don't really know if the highway department has plows or not. I don't really think they're really have that too much because it doesn't ever really snow here. But although with the cons of the snow, it was fascinating to study, and I liked being in it, and I felt it was a nice gift to have. But SC, it was like liquid got into my phone and it had to dry, and and the phone went out at some point because of the cold. I remember I was just, you know, I was in it, man, like a trooper. Like I was just like in this storm. It was so cool, and yeah, it was really exhilarating. And let's see, something that happened. I was watching the snowstorm on again. So I have rewatched my stream on the snow a couple of times because it's like one of my favorite streams I've ever did. And basically in the stream, I was half asleep. I was nearly just out of it. And I started seeing things when I was watching my the replay of my stream. So I was seeing like I thought I saw a face in the snow where I walked previously in the movie, and then it was like I was listening to some sort of like these crystal ball things where it's like this meditative ambience, and I thought it was talking to me, and I kind of snapped out of it, and it was just my imagination. And then I looked at it, and I thought I saw a little critter walking around on the film, and I'm like, then I looked again, and there's nothing there. So, and even when I was in the snow, I thought I was seeing things that weren't there. I mean, that kind of happens to me when I'm in the woods and stuff. But basically, when I was rewatching the stream, I was like having a tripping experience. Yeah, SC, I was very tired. That's what I'm saying. And it's funny how my mind was playing tricks on me when I was rewatching my stream. You know, in the way the snow looks, it's like a piece of art. And I'm just seeing things I wasn't really used to seeing in the replay. And it was funny how my imagination played around with it. Yeah, the mind can play tricks on you. Yeah. But see, they have something. They do have plows and stuff here because they did fix up the streets. But basically, all the interstate and all was frozen over, and they didn't, and they were just waiting for it to thaw out. So I don't really know what they have or don't have for certain, but they're not as well prepared for it as other places. OSC understood. Understood. Yeah, you know what I mean. I'll say this: Melania Trump, she was fabulous looking. Like out of anything that you could see in the woods or anywhere at night, if somebody's like dressed the way she was dressed at the inauguration, I mean that is something to I would be more concerned about than anything else. She was really, you know, badass looking in that. Yeah, yeah. Shout out to her. Yeah. They're so stylish. Like they, very gangster looking. Like even if people don't like them politically, there's people that don't like them politically. On this channel, there's people that are on the other side that are not on they're on a different political spectrum, but not a different political spectrum, but they don't like certain candidates that other people might like. But you have to say that there's some stylish people, and I will say that Kamala and her husband at the inauguration they look good too. They had a nice style on, and it was nice seeing that Obama was there and the other presidents, that the past presidents, former presidents. I think that's a good conduct, you know. And you see, like I get along with people that are liberal, just like Trump got along with Obama at the funeral. I'm like that with people. Oh, yeah, see, I agree. She did look very nice. Yes. Yeah, she did have a green beret on. Yeah. And also, yeah. So basically, yeah. Another thing. Oh, hey Danielle, good to see you. And also, basically, I and also I'll tell you that I will be doing the early stream tomorrow. Also, and I'll be talking about these things again to the people that usually can't see these late streams. But I'm glad that you're here with us. So what I do is a little bit of summing up the history about it in layman's terms. So I would only have the time to do late night streams for a period of time, but then I was able to bring back the earlier streams. To bring earlier streams. So on Friday I do them around 7, and I kept the Thursday stream as a late stream because there's like SC is an original. They liked the late night streams, and there's other people in other parts of the like in Japan and stuff that like to watch these things that aren't usually around early. So yeah, it was just a little group of friends I had, but it got bigger. So yeah, you'll see me talk about these things again tomorrow on the other stream, like some of this stuff. But so SE, something about the woods. Those big plants that I grew, those giant weeds that and there are these plants that the ancient people in South America grew and they cultivated it, and I could tell it was cultivated. There's these long, there are these big, thick stalks. He can make a joke out of that, but long, thick, big stalks. But basically, I thought it was domesticated, and it was domesticated by the indigenous people in in like the islands and stuff. Then they used it as like corn and other things. You could make them into steaks, and it looks like a. Oh, you just watch Benefield. Ah, okay. Yeah, I did not get to catch that. You know, sometimes I am up really late and I don't always get to the streams until later. It depends. And sometimes in the early in the morning I'm dealing with things, and that's why I'm not always there to see the other stuff. But basically, oh, you're a night owl. That's excellent. That's great. Yeah, so that's very interesting, and I'll be looking into that as well. Yeah, I'm a night owl too. And Essie says that I'm a night owl. It's cool, probably good what you're doing, the different times to have people that aren't night owls so they can watch it too. Because people would tell me about how I need to, like, I could edit the way the thumbnail looks, or I can do certain things to get more views on the streams. I'm just like, I got over 1,000 subscribers. Like, if I went live earlier, there would be more people there, and I'm right. And there's people that I met on different streams all over YouTube that I accumulated on this channel. So there will be somebody that will look at the stream, somebody somewhere. And so SC, in the woods, during the daytime, I would be in those big plants, and it's like a jungle. And it just, I think you can relate to what I mean. It's like there's such an ambience about it. Although I'm in the city and all in this little spot, it's real. I don't know. It looks if the feeling is real seclusion and like a mysterious place. Like say it's like an ambient feeling when you're like in the middle of it. And so back in the early 2020s, and I met SC in 2020, probably, or 21, on this stream him and I are on. From a long time ago. I'm still on it. Yeah, it makes me feel relaxed, too. And so so I'll give you all like a little detour on Alien Spaceship. And Danielle, if you do not know, my earthling name is Hansel, like Hansel and Gretel. My grandma named me. Well, the whole fleet's on our side. All right, we got to go up a little bit, and we'll go and attack them. All right. So basically, what happened was it was originally called Hansel Cat, and I played like little video games and stuff. Then I did made it Skater Gamer, and I like reacted to some stuff, and I had some videos, and I wanted to talk about the aliens and the different topics and my sound effects and stuff. So when I was taking courses, like with tutorial videos on how to be a successful YouTuber, you have to, your title and everything has to align, and you have to stick to one topic. And I was going to cover multiple topics, so I thought it was really goofy to have 1,000 different channels for all these different topics. I think you keep stuff in one channel. So I made the name very long because my channel name could fit into different things. Alien, spaceship, sound effects, and vlog. There'll be vlogging. Vlogging could be all kinds of things. And aliens could have to do with conspiracy theories and news, and there's sound effects. So I made sure that people would know that there's a variety of different stuff that people would see. Ah, yes. Sarah's here. Yay. Glad that you're here with us, Sarah. Thank you. So basically, before I would, so I was on YouTube as a kid, but then I went back on YouTube later, around 2018, and 2017. I uploaded a video called Alien Spaceship Sound Effects. Right now it has over 10,000 views, and it's still going viral since 2017. It'll eventually reach 100,000 and a million views over time. And there's people in other countries that use the soundtrack for shorts. Thank you, Danielle. Thank you. And with the shorts, not the shorts, but with the video, I'm so inspired and moved by that people use my sound effects for all these different things. And now people in the chat rooms through the nearly 5 years I've been on this, I understand in a chat room it would be hard to tag the name. If someone's on a computer, it'll highlight it automatically. And YouTube failed to put in their app a mechanism where you could highlight a user's name, because you have to type it all out. So YouTube has failed to put it on what they put on the app to put it on the website. So on the YouTube website, you can type in at some alien spaceship and it'll highlight me. But on the phone, it doesn't do that. So YouTube is a complete lazy failure in that sense. In my opinion, I feel that they have slacked. That they need to put it in their app, their mobile app, a mechanism, the same type of thing. And I think a simple function, because I know how to build a website like YouTube. I know how to do it. I've learned for the past 4 years about building websites and apps and stuff because it's something I'm interested in. I know how to build these kind of apps like YouTube is. It's very, 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 very tedious, okay? But it's like putting a giant Lego model together, like a really big Lego model, or a really complicated puzzle. And also, the name caught your attention on ABL. Right. Shout out to ABL. And basically, what happens is the people in a chat room, until YouTube gets that error fixed, they need to put alien or alien spaceship is fine. That's my title. That's my name. And I named my channel after that song because it's like it got over 10,000 views now, and every day it gets hundreds of views. It will eventually reach 1,000,000 and 100,000. It will. And all over the world, like people make it into shorts. You know, it's like it's really fascinating about what I did there. And I remember mixing it. And the soundtrack is from this movie I keep talking about, which I have to put it on YouTube again, from the Creeping Clowns film. And which is this a silent movie of this scary clown puppet that I have. My first my earthly name, I said before, it's Hansel, like Hansel and Gretel. That's my name. Channel was originally called Hansel Cat, but my friend I went to school with, I've mentioned to y'all before, he liked talking about aliens, and he was very vocal about it and warning people about them, and people thought he was kind of wacky. And also about the 10th planet, Nibiru, that allegedly is there. And although during my time, I learned what these evil aliens are likely are. The fallen angels most likely have something to do with them. Alright. With an H. Oh yeah, okay, Sarah, understood. Now with clowns I have no problem with because clowns were, something I learned about as a kid, and it was, from the circus, and I didn't have the experience from the It movie or whatever. I just learned about them like from a circus perspective. All right. So basically, in the 2020s and like 2019 and 18, I was still with that girlfriend I was talking to like from a distance, and I would see her, then I would talk to her from a distance. Yeah, it's a German name from my mom's side. My grandma named me because I'm a mixture of all the different European ancestries of all Europe, but I do have German ancestry, and that's like the name I have from my mom's side. My dad's side's from Britain, and they're also mixed up with different European ethnicities too. And so that's like the story about that. Yeah, thank you, Essie. Yeah, so basically, I was in nature a lot, and like my family has like the yard's very big, and it's like nice, and it's like kind of like farmland. Thank you, Danielle. And basically, what happened was I would go and I would just walk in the jungle that I created, and I would walk around in my different parts of the yard, and I would feel like it's like you're in the middle of nowhere. Although I'm not in the middle of nowhere, I create like a sanctuary, like it's in the middle of nowhere, and it just was a nice, relaxing feeling. And I like at night seeing the stars and the planets and the moon and stuff. And I'll just sit there, I'll stand there and just like take it all in. And I've been doing that a lot, especially after I got popular on YouTube. Hello, Greg. Good to see you. I don't have a. I haven't grown bamboo trees yet. I haven't done that yet, but I plan to do that at some point. But basically, the type of plants that I have are similar to bamboo, but I haven't grown that yet. But I plan to. That's something to create a bamboo nature walk. Greg, thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoy my calls on the show. That means a lot to me. I'm the new call closer for the show, and I, after rest in peace, the Chicago cop that passed away, and I succeeded him as the final caller of the show. Rest in peace. He was one of the greatest callers of all time, and yeah, thank you, Greg. It means a lot to me. I know that there's a lot of fans and viewers that watch me on that channel, and yeah, and another. So this another thing that occurred. So this girlfriend I was talking about specifically, I was with all of high school. She was going to stay in touch with me, and we were about to. What happened was, she she went to college and we communicated, but eventually we drifted apart, and I was not. It was unfortunate that that happened. And I was hurt by it, but I knew and I saw it coming. I saw it coming. And I told my friend that I talked about aliens with, I'm going to get to you all in the chat in a moment, that I was going to, if the relationship didn't work, I was not going to turn into darkness. I was going to use it, and God was going to make something great out of it. Yeah, retired Chicago police officer. Yes, 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 absolutely. I'm glad you like him also, Greg. And I was going to use it, and God was going to make something great out of it. And look at me now. And I was not in a relationship, and I was just going to continue to pursue YouTube. And ABL and them, it would happen around that time, and I was just going to pursue that and Smoke and Scan and the other streams that I'm on. And I was going to dedicate my life to it. And look where I am now. ABL taught me how to stream. And I was right. And when I see my buddy again, I have many great stories to tell him, and I didn't. And I'm glad the relationship didn't work out, because this was I want to pursue. And I'm thankful for all of you. And the scars made me. And I'm thankful for that, and all of you and all the people that I inspired. And also Danielle says, I had a friend named Daniel. That's why I probably thought of that. But Danielle, I'll make a guy doll and call it Hansel. Oh, thank you. Going back to watch the hearing, but I'll be back tomorrow. Good night, Alien and everyone. Okay, good night to you. Thank you. And yeah, so basically, in the Rapper 10,000, he was the one that. Now, I tried to call in ABL, and I didn't really get it right, but Charles Turner Jr., he was the one that taught me how to call into the show. You have to do it consistently. You gotta, spam the phone line and bombard it. You have to have, have a bombardment of the phone line. And basically, so I learned how to do it. And then the Rapper 10,000. Yes, ABL is. Yes, he's a genius. He's very smart. Yes. And ABL, so the Rapper 10,000 forgot to say something, and he wanted me to call in. And I was always trying to get through, but I was shocked. And at first I was like, you know what? I could just type this. And I tagged ABL and told him something, and then he told me, he was like, you gotta call in, and I'm like, okay, well, here I go. And it was my first time calling in, and I have my first call recorded, and I have a video of it. It was when he had the clean shaven face, and I told him what the Rapper 10,000 wanted to tell him and some things I wanted to say. and people really liked my calls. And then for Peach, I did calls for her, and I just kept on doing it. And then I would be the second to last caller, and the Chicago cop, he would make commentary on things that I would say, and I would make commentary on what he would say. And I felt like a closeness to the Chicago police officer because him and I were the last two callers in the show, and he would comment on things that I would say, and it was very, when he disappeared, it was very concerning. And then he is not he went to go be with the Lord, and he's not with us on this earth anymore. So, and then I was given the honor of the last call of the show, and that's a moving thing. So God really helped pay back for the things that didn't work out. And then during the time when this relationship didn't work out, she seemed to have blocked me at some point. She moved on, and I technically do not know for certain what happened. She seemed very dedicated to me, and I don't know if she just had different life circumstances and she wasn't able to talk to me anymore, or whatever it was. I was going to sacrifice that and pursue this YouTube stuff instead. And I wasn't going to go get another girlfriend. I was going to go and pursue YouTube. And this is like, I'm being serious, but I'm also joking that, I got many girlfriends on YouTube. Oh, Boomhauer is very brilliant. He's a great caller. He's very fired up, and he gets to the point. And also his brother Rebel is very cool too. He doesn't really call into the show, but he's there in the chat. They're excellent. They're both gentlemen. They're very cool people. And I always, as I said, I always talk about the callers, that I appreciate all the callers on the show, because I'm the final completion of the callers in the show. Sometimes he has an extra one, but I feel that it's my duty to complete the callers and to congratulate all of them for what they did on the show. And it takes a lot of courage to call in, and it's something that they have to do, and they do, and they say what they have to say. It's a voice of the people. And what I did was I focused on, so after the relationship didn't work out, I learned Stoic philosophies, and I memorized all these different quotes from all these different philosophers from the modern age to the old time periods in the past. And I focused on God, and I wasn't going to be mad at God. I was going to praise God that he would help the situation turn around. And I'm glad I had a free will to choose right from wrong. Like Adam and Eve chose something bad. There's people that choose something bad, but I'm glad I got to choose to do the right thing. And also, well, that's great, SC. I'm glad that y'all are working on the show together. He's really brilliant. I've been on his show before. He is very smart. His voice is really cool, Rebel, and also Boomhauer. I love their voices. And, remember Rebel and I were talking about Jim Jones and, like, the cult that the guy had, and some politicians are using it today. And, it's like they're trying to free people from slavery, but they just put them, Jim Jones put them literally, he made them all slaves there. That's like, it's so funny. In a bad way. Like, the irony. And also, Greg says, some of them guys have me cracking you up. Oh, yeah. They're very funny on that. Very funny people on the show. And Les is the lady with the kids. She's very nice. And her kids are so cute. And it's very nice to have them on the show. And there was a time period, I remember, an era when she was calling in more. It was her, then me, and the Chicago cop. Her and I were always, like, kind of, like, put together. And although it was like being backstage, and we had an act together. That's what it seemed like. I try to avoid that as much as possible. I did what I could. We went down again. We were able to sink one of the ships. I couldn't avoid it. I did what I could to turn. I thought we dodged it too. I thought we dodged it too. Now, I don't know what's going on here. There's this box of animal crackers, and they just made a noise inside of there. I mean, scared. I mean, come on. What's going on? What are we doing? Like, all right. You're a hair from mastering the cannons. All right, we're gonna go on my ship again. We'll get it right this time. I What happened was I was turning. It was like the Titanic. I was turning. I thought I got it, but just like with the Titanic, because I'll explain to you about Titanic. Titanic actually nearly missed the iceberg, and the rudder was not too small. In a split of a second, the ship nearly turned away from the iceberg, but the ship scraped it a little bit, and it opened up tiny little holes in the ship, but it was enough to cause it a problem. Aliens in the snacks. That's true. All right, we're going to get it. So, so basically, as I was saying, I was in the. It was very dark because there wasn't a lot of lights, and I would sit in the moonlight, and I would walk in the moonlight, and I would meditate, and I would just think about, with the wireless headphones, I would listen and study these philosophies, and also study things in the Bible, but also from Stoicism, from Confucius, and all these different groups. And I read a lot of audiobooks. I don't mind sitting down and reading, but I like walking around and also being in nature. And basically, I would also would rather to listen to an audiobook of it, and I still retain the same information. So I've read a lot of audiobooks by reading them or listening to them. And I walk around and I listen, and I've learned a lot of information. And I'm glad I did that. And you see that me and that relationship not working led me to all this. The dots connected in my future, and I wouldn't have learned all that stuff. And I've not trying to toot my own horn here. There's people that are done way more things than I have, but I I'm glad I was able to help a few people. Oh, I'm glad you mastered the cannon. Shout out to Zero, he mastered the cannon. Yay! I'm glad I've helped some people with the quotes and stuff that I've learned. And when I was reading and learning these different books and stuff, I was learning how to think differently. The knowledge. There is this Chinese general named Sun Tzu, very famous, but most people probably haven't heard of him though. And he was talking about when they do fire, when they do attack an enemy with fire, to wait for when the weather is dry and when the moon is in the Salivia, if I'm saying it right, in the bow. So he's talking about, in my opinion, a bow and arrow constellation when the moon is in a position in the stars. So people thought he was talking about astrology or some type of way of measuring things that we may have lost the information of. Some people thought he was being symbolic. This is what I think. At nighttime, I noticed in the different seasons, there's different types of constellations. So there is a night he was in battle. In a night where he looked up at the sky, he saw the constellation and the moon a certain way. And he saw that it was dry and it was windy, and he attacked and he had victory. So I think during certain time periods of constellations, times of the year, certain times of the year, it's better to have a drier season than other time periods. So now we have the Weather Channel and weather app, so you don't have to go and different chat. We could have the weather to tell us, but back then, I think that a certain time of year was more convenient to do that when it was dry, and it happened to be during a certain constellation because it's a certain type of year. So I don't think it necessarily had to do with symbolism or some sort of astrology necessarily. I think that it was just a time of year during a certain type of constellation, like, that would be best to do it. That's what I think. It's required reading at the Army Academy. Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm aware of that. Yeah, I read books, audiobooks of things people in the military and stuff are required to learn. Yeah. As I'm self-taught. I taught myself. And I looked at college lectures about law and about manifolds, some stuff from Harvard, and some things from different colleges. And also the Law and Crime channel, I learn about law and all kinds of things all day long. So I self-educated. Okay? And I'm not comparing myself to somebody that got a degree, that worked very hard. All right? But I learned something, I think. And a DJ says, hey guys, if you like pumping iron, swords, reviews, comic books, and stuff, pondering random questions, Greg is your channel. I think that stuff is very interesting to me, so I'll certainly subscribe to him. If anybody can, want to post his link, feel free to. All right. Greg Gatron. If I said the name wrong, forgive me. But I love swords. And I have a katana that's a Damascus blade. And my friend and I love swords. My friend that I learned about aliens from, he taught me a lot of things about sword fighting. And I expanded on his theories on aliens, because his theories about aliens and Planet 10, I learned more information about it because more astronomers were researching it, and more people were talking about the aliens. So I was able to have like a new testament of what my friend did and expanded on it. So him and I both did it. And I was always interested in aliens without him, but he really was a good guide and mentor about it. And go subscribe to him. Cool dude. Very interesting content. And look, you see, I went against what you're supposed to do at the YouTube Academy of learning stuff. So I learned stuff. Thanks, Zero, for the shout out. So, and they're saying now that there's probably a Planet 10 out there, because these other planets are following an orbit of a much larger object further out that they can't see. And it's been like that for hundreds of years. And they always said we're crazy and we're conspiracy theorists. But then they go, you know what? That planet might be there. And another thing that happened was like the aliens. You know, they're not real, but now they're saying they're real. It's like at some point they go, all right, all right. Greg said, "Alien spaceship is one of my favorite callers on ABL." Aw, thank you so much. So I figured I'd check him out, and here I am. Well, I'm glad that you're here with us. I'm really enjoying your company in the chat with us. And I've watched the moon go completely back into the yard. I've watched it completely move around. And I watched the different seasons. And also so how I got into trials was I was watching the Johnny Depp trial. And on the independent stream, their stream went out, but Law and Crime was on. So I went over there and subscribed and watched it for a day, and then I watched Darrell Brooks and all these other ones. And over on that channel in the chat, I'm very famous over there. All over YouTube and different YouTube chat rooms. I'm popular. All over YouTube. If it's a chat room, if it's on a caller on a show, I have fans all over the place that y'all don't even know about. And as I said, I am so glad that God kept his promise and he helped me out. And I'm glad through my own work and effort, I am where I am. All right, so we're going creeping up on the ship and we're going to get it. All right. And before I was on here, I was researching about goldfish. And goldfish originate in China. And they're related to the koi. Yes, universal alien. Yes. And basically, it was so cool. So basically, I didn't know that. I had a goldfish when I was a, a kid in like 2004, 2002. It's earlier than 2004. It was 2002, 2001, 2003. I had the goldfish, and I had a girlfriend at that time. Yeah, over in China. China. As Trump says, China. And basically the fish it was kind of purple looking. It was like red and blue and it was the colors of America. And also we had hermit crabs also. And it was, I like looking at the fish tanks because it's like I love the little things you could put in there. Like for instance, you could put these like a pirate skull or pirate skeleton with a sunken ship in there. You could put things with like the from SpongeBob or a castle, and it's so cool. I love tropical stuff, as well. I really appreciate nature, and I love being in nature, and I like walking around in it. And basically, the snack that smiles back, goldfish. Absolutely, that's true. And so yeah, that's pretty something very interesting about the goldfish I did not know. And something about the pirates, which are playing a pirate game, which I always liked. I always liked. I like Pirates of the Caribbean, and I do like the what the pirate before Pirates of the Caribbean, a pirate theme was a little bit different. Like for instance, I wore the pirate a pirate costume back when I was a kid, and it was a red striped white shirt and an eye patch. And the coloring and stuff was a little bit different, but I love Pirates of the Caribbean too. But I also like the old like cliche pirate theme. And I like how in the goldfish tanks you could put the cliche type pirate themed stuff in there. In a fish tank. I like it. Going to try to make dinner. Husband asking, oops. Good to see you, alien, and all. We'll be listening, watching. Okay, take care, Sarah. Thank you for coming. And you'll be listening in the background. A shout out to your husband. He's cool people. And SC says, I had a huge fish tank with the pirate ship and the red, white, and blue neons. When the swarm, when they swarm, it looked like American flag waving. It was so nice. Oh, that's a really great image to imagine. I really like that idea. Also, you can put the Easter Island heads in there. And, you know, because it's real tropical, like a tropical ambience. Greg said, okay, buddy, I'm going to read some of my book before bed. Good to meet you. I'll holler at you. Okay, Greg, have a good time reading your book. Thank you so much. It was very nice meeting you. Thank you for coming. Have a very nice, blessed night. Okay, good night to you. Take care. All right. So shout out to Greg. All right. Now I'm talking about red and white, but they still have red and white pirate ships in this game. But no, they're not pirate ships though. They're just regular ships. But as I said, I like Pirates of the Caribbean. It's cool. And also SC, we're talking about the ambience, and yeah, the mind can play tricks on you, you know, in the woods. And especially like I remember when one time I was doing the phone live and you thought there was a person behind me, but it was just shadow manipulation because of the trees. Yeah, that was pretty wild. It's like, yeah, the imagination can play tricks. That is an excellent book, Greg. I think Mace Windu, very a great Jedi. I love Star Wars. He came to the right place. Star Wars is great. Yeah, that sounds like a great read that you're gonna really enjoy. You watch one of my lives when you're camping in the woods. Oh, that's awesome. That's so cool. People are watching from everywhere. All right, so we're going to do the turn, and we're gonna go. All right, Zero. Thank you. I got your message. I pressed the wrong button. You're in chapter 9. That's great. That's great. I have to go read that myself. Oh yeah, okay, Zero. You're good. You're good. Thank you for letting me know. But like, I pressed the wrong button. I meant to put sail, but I pressed the cannon. That thing glitched really good. That glitched really good right there. Okay, I'm gonna catapult forward. All right. So now we have this. We're gonna go here, and I was out of range. Yeah, and so basically so I like the aquariums because of the in the Easter Island heads and stuff. I always like the ambience. I love going to the zoo when I was a kid, and I like getting a stuffed animal from the zoo. It was like having a piece of the zoo in my house. Yeah, so I enjoy that stuff and the tropical stuff. God made an amazing planet, and I believe in taking care of Earth and the environment. Whatever's true about the global warming, which I don't really see global warming right now because of the snow in my yard, but I really like the, protecting the earth and the bottles out the water, whatever. Yeah, but basically, I think it's, I like both spectrums of things. I'll get a fish in the future. I'll do that again with the fish tank. All right, and yeah, so basically, SC, like I know you're talking about the mind playing tricks on you, and that's kind of like what would happen to me. And that time I saw the UFO thing, that was really a crazy thing to see. It was after the ABL show, and I saw the blue sphere rise up. I'm like, oh Lord, and I prayed because I didn't, they went away. But I'm like, as I said, these things are something else. Another time when I was watching the ABL show, a rabbit came in the yard, a bunny, and it went on its hind legs and it put its ear up and it was looking around and it was enjoying the show. Yeah, ABL has a lot of fans, and he has fans in space. He has fans all over the place. All right, that was some James Bond type moves I did right there. Yeah. Yeah, that was like that's a tactic weaving around. And I kind of missed a little bit, but it's all good. All right, took him down. All right, All right, Zero. I'm going to dock right now. This time we won. All right, Zero. Okay. Yes, Zero. Thank you for the email. I'll look at it later. All right, SC. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Maybe. All right. And everybody, don't worry. I'm gonna do an early stream tomorrow, so nobody will miss anything. All right. In this show, another part of the show, we are going to talk about looks like the Abyssal-Fish again. And also tomorrow we'll talk about it. All right. All right. And as I said, tomorrow we'll talk about this again so nobody's going to miss anything. All right. So let's see. Now we're going to go to the other topics I talk about in the stream. All right. All right. So we go. We switching. All right. Shout out to the spaceship cats. All right. So let's look at the goldfish. Some of you that are seeing this may see a repeat. You're going to see a repeat of this tomorrow as well. Yeah, meow. So just remember, tomorrow we'll talk about this again too. Okay. So we have the goldfish. Got this one chilling right here. Read a little bit about the goldfish. I'll talk about goldfish, the abyssal fish, and I'll talk about the other thing with some pirate stuff, and then it'll be over with. It should be done. The common goldfish is a breed of goldfish and a family of Cyprinidae in the order of Cypriniformes. Goldfish are descendants of wild carp from East Asia. Most varieties of fancy goldfish were derived from the simple breed. Common goldfish come in variety of colors, including red, orange, red, white, white, black, and yellow, white, blue, gray, brown, olive green, yellow, white, and black, with most common variation being orange, hence the name. The brightness, duration, and vividness of the color may be an indication of the fish's health status, but not always, as water conditions and quality of care affect the fish's appearance. Temperament. Common goldfish are social animals that prefer living in groups. They can coexist with any cold water fish as long as they're tame and suitable with the provision of general care and attention. Common goldfish can become tame once familiar with the face of its owner. Swimming toward the fish keeper during the feeding time can be observed, and hand feeding comes possible. Small goldfish will normally avoid any form of human contact. However, this fear ceases in the middle sized and mature goldfish. A mature goldfish is more likely to eat directly from its owner's hand without evident hesitation. While this behavior is welcomed by goldfish owners, it may be problematic in outdoor ponds where predators may eat such friendly prey. Mature goldfish also explore their surroundings throughout nibbling or grazing behavior. A little happy goldfish. If transferred into a tank with other goldfish, a common goldfish would normally try to communicate and familiarize itself with its new tank mates by rubbing up against the body of other fish. The most common introductory gesture is by swimming side by side with another goldfish, with its head facing forward, or by swimming side by side with the other goldfish in a direction, or even swimming above another goldfish in perpendicular fashion. Schooling is a common behavior when there is a new fish tank. After some time, this schooling behavior eventually ceases, and soon every individual fish will swim and explore the aquarium on its own. Aggressive behavior is uncommon when a new specimen is introduced into the settled school of goldfish. Hierarchy during feeding is commonly observed, in which the larger goldfish receives most of the food. However, small goldfish may become aggressive or competitive feeders despite the presence of larger fish, and which is usually considered a good sign, as willingness to feed indicates healthy goldfish. It is a common practice to keep common goldfish in a small bowl, but this allows waste in the water to build up to toxic levels and does not provide enough oxygen for each small young goldfish. There should be minimum of 10 US liquid gallons, 38 liters of imperial gallons of water. A good filter with no heater is recommended because these fish can get larger than 12 inches. Tank maximum recommendations range up to 75 US gallons, 280 liters. Along, there is no maximum size if there is concern about the fish not getting enough oxygen, particularly when it is warm. A water pump, such as the fountain pump or mini pond pump, will pull the CO2 water from the bottom, expel it, and the surface action and oxygenate the tank or pond. Contrary to popular belief, air pumps and air stones do not oxygenate directly and rely on bubbles breaking the surface to transfer oxygen to the fish's environment. Ideally, the water pump should push 10 times the volume of the tank or pond plus an extra 10 100 rather LPH or GPH. Goldfish will die without sufficient dissolved oxygen in the water. A filter can do at least 10 times the filter is best, which means that for every 10 gallons or liters of water, the filter should be able to cycle 10 gallons or liters per hour. If the oxygen in the water runs out, then the fish may die or become unconscious. It is advised to move the fish to the basin of the water of fresh water. Goldfish are curious fish that will quickly become bored without items in their tank or other fish to socialize with. If placed in a bare aquarium, goldfish will settle to the bottom and only move when fed or frightened by the sudden jolts. However, if put in a tank with sufficient gravel, aquarium accessories, or plants, real or fake, they will make themselves at home. Goldfish are not very territorial. However, if an aquarium is ready to already too small for one goldfish, it will certainly be too small for two or more. Stress is not healthy for any goldfish. In a worst case scenario, one or two fish will buy the rest to starvation. I know this cannibalism is usually rare occurring, maybe when a fish is deleted or unalived. But in cramped, stressful situations, goldfish may behave unpredictably. Disease is possible anytime fish are stuck in small homes. So it's best to take good care of them. Goldfish are not very territorial. So that's just the point. That's something I didn't know. Well, they seem pretty chill. When adding goldfish to a tank, it is important to place no more than two at a time. This allows helpful bacteria, which turn ammonia to nitrate, and finally to nitrite, and then finally to nitrate, to grow. If introduced in too great number before these bacteria grow, the goldfish will be deleted from breathing in too much of their own untreated excrement. Even after the development of biological filter, it is necessary to change about 20% of the water at least one time a week, or as necessary to prevent a buildup of harmful nitrate. The addition of live aquatic plants may reduce the number of times per month one will have to perform water changes, but only if the plants are growing. They will uptake nitrate as a source of nitrogen. It is also recommended, if needs must, never to remove all of the water from an established tank. Never do a water change over 90% of the remaining 10% of the water. Will help maintain the water cycle, and the remaining good bacteria will soon reestablish themselves in the tank. A good tip when doing a water change is not to clean the filters at the same time. Filters hold a good amount of helpful bacteria as well, but instead to wait 2 days after a water change before cleaning the filters out to keep consistently healthy balance. Common goldfish can be kept in water gardens or outdoor ponds throughout the year. Outdoor ponds have similar care requirements as indoor tanks, with some notable expectations such as an amount of sunlight, natural and artificial environment pollution, deleted leaves or debris, and algae in sections of the pond. Outdoor ponds tend to become miniature aquatic ecosystems attracting various animals and plants. Water gardens and hot climates, it is important that the pond temperatures do not rise to dangerously high levels that will delete the fish in the water. Fish may become sluggish and stop feeding. This does not they are sick, but rather that their metabolism has showed. The pond must not freeze solid, and there should be an open spot in the surface ice to allow oxygenation of the water. The ice should also not be struck as it sends shock waves of sound pressure through the water, scaring the fish. All right. Talk about some basic care of goldfish, and then I'll talk about the abyssal fish. Mature goldfish will require a maximum tank at least 20 gallons per fish to allow ample swimming room and create a buffer zone that will delay effects of toxins like ammonia and nitrates from building up quickly. A large tank also promotes healthy growing and development. Fish bowls are not suitable for goldfish as they can quickly outgrow the tank itself, which causes the fish to lose its slime coat and die from ammonia poisoning. It is important to note that not all water sources are safe for goldfish, as tap water from a city environment will usually contain chemicals like chlorine, a water conditioner that can help remove chlorine, and heavy metals to make the water safe and breathable for the fish. Goldfish have a varied diet that can include pellets, flakes, vegetables, and bloodworms. Overfeeding should be avoided as it disrupts the biological balance and increase the risk of diseases. The recommended feeding amount is what the fish can consume in 2 to 3 minutes, once or twice a day, depending on the size of the fish. Filtration systems can help keep the tank clean and remove toxins while also promoting good bacteria growth. It is important to choose the right filtration system to keep nitrate levels low and prevent nitrate poisoning. Regular water changes are crucial for maintaining a clean and safe tank environment. It is recommended to change 10 to 25% of the water at a time to avoid removing good bacteria from the tank. Cleaning filter sponges and vacuuming of the gravel can help remove debris and rotten food. Treated tap water at the same temperature as the tank water should be used to refill the tank. It is important to avoid using tap water to clean decorations, filters, and equipment as it can delete good bacteria. Goldfish require adequate exposure to light to promote healthy sleeping patterns and maintain a similar environment to their natural habitat. While sunlight is beneficial, it is important to avoid exposing the fish to direct sunlight for extended periods of time. It could be harmful a tank light is needed. We'll look at more goldfish, you know, but we're gonna go to Abyssal-Fish. Ah, so cool. Scared, scared. So you're seeing like those that are listening. So basically, this is it's an abyssal fish, and it looks like it has like no skin on it, and it has razor sharp tiny teeth with a looks like a piece of dark marble as an eye. These are some of the abyssal fish, you know, and they look very scary looking, and they're transparent and they have bioluminescence, so they could glow in the dark. And a lot of the fish that are around the Titanic wreckage are these same type of fish. And the famous anglerfish is also depicted here. That's a really gnarly looking one. It has like a, it looks like a piece of banana, like a fried banana, and it has a crooked light antenna over its head, and it's like it looks like it looks like a nose, and it's like a cranked at an angle, and he looks like he hasn't slept for 1,000 years, and he has like some whiskers and some like like hair thin teeth. Really interesting. It says the Gulf of Mexico, a deep sea treasure trove of fishes. After Hurricane Katrina, there were so many crazy fish that came in here. And then you have the anglerfish in its traditional form, and it has its mouth open. It looks like it's real intelligent, and it has its teeth. That's some artistic expression of it, kind of like bluish hues and ambience undulating as this blue fish has its mouth open, traveling in the abyss. And those are some like abyssal eels. You got some abyssal fish. You got one that like has a really wide smile with late razor sharp needle teeth, with a dilated eye, and you have one looks like a scarred up piece of artwork, and he looks like he's like zoned out, like he's trying to exist but he can't, and he's just zoned out to the point of no return. Got this dude right here. It looks like a regular fish, but it's completely transparent, and you could see inside of its head and everything. You got this one looking like it's a spaceship weasel. Not a space. That's pretty cool, a spaceship weasel, but it looks like A weasel underwater, but it's like an abyssal weasel. See, that's an abyssal fish. It's black, but it would have bioluminescence underwater because they glow in the dark. Here's another example. You're looking at an anglerfish that looks kind of like an awkward looking pizza with a small mouth, and it has like its light bulb hanging off of it, but it's completely black because it has bioluminescence, so it just will glow underwater. It's washed up on the shore. Then you have some other deep sea creatures. It looks like a giraffe with like a fairy body, and it has these different colors. It has like blue and it has orange and red. See, is there anything interesting in this one? All right, we have the pelican eel. It looks like a I don't know how to describe this. It looks like a piece of a vacuum cleaner, and its head is a vacuum cleaner, like a nozzle, with under it. It looks kind of like a a protruding sickle. The pelican eel is a type of gulper eel that uses its large pelican like mouth to gulp up its prey. Like other members of the ear Erie Pharyngidae family, the pelican eel's mouth can actually be longer than its tapered mouth, which can expand to fit the prey. It swallows whole. DJ said I ate something that looked like that at sushi last weekend. Hilarious. Pelican eels live in the Mesopelagic zero, not I mean zone, as long also known as the middle pelagic or twilight zone, a depth of about 9,000 feet, 270,000 meters, 2,700 meters, along with other terrifying looking deep sea creatures like the vampire squid. Fangtooth fish. The common fangtooth is rarely spotted deep sea fish that the Monetary Aquarium Research Institute calls almost as elusive as it's astounding. Astonishing. It gets its name from the two long teeth that protrude from its upper jaw. According to the Smithsonian Institution, the fangtooth teeth are the largest of any sea creature relative. Its body size is about 7 inches. The fangtooth fish hunts small crustaceans, cephalopods, and other deep sea by by opening its mouth and sucking in the deep sea vacuum. They seem to eat anything that will fit in their mouth. Tracy Sutton, a professor with the Guy Harvey Oceanographic Center at Nova Southeastern University in Florida, told Newsweek. The fangtooth fish primarily live in the Mesopelic twilight in the midnight zones at the depth of 1,650 to 7,000 feet, 500 to 210, 200 and 2,100 meters, but have been spotted as deep as 16,000 feet, almost 5,000 meters. You know what I see right now? I see a possum, and he's walking around the snow. All right, the Japanese spider crab. With a leg span of 13 feet, the Japanese spider crab is the biggest crab in the world. It lives in the Pacific Ocean Mesopelic twilight zone in depths from 660 to 1,800 feet. And the Japanese spider crab has 10 legs, 8 of which it uses for walking. The other 2 legs have claws and are for pinching. It spends its days walking along the seafloor, scavenging for the unalived animals and plants. A sea cucumber. You know what's something that's really interesting that this reminds me of? This reminds me of a tardigrade, and it's a microscopic organism. So there's these microscopic organisms all around us you cannot see with the naked eye, and this is the tardigrade. They're so fascinating. And these microscopic organisms, it's something very interesting that I like studying about. Some deep sea creatures are rarely seen by humans because they stay close to the ocean floor. Sea cucumbers, however, can survive in both shallow waters and deep ocean. They use their tube feet to eat tiny bits of algae and decaying organisms on the seafloor, or plankton closer to the surface. The smallest species of sea cucumber, there are over 1,200, is about an inch long, while the largest can grow to over 6 feet. That's pretty big, according to the National Wildlife Federation. And it looks like a loaf of bread with some mold on it, but it also has it looks like a worm too. frilled shark. Although it's not the same as a 7-foot frilled shark, looks more like an eel than a great white shark. The head on it was like something out of a horror movie. Fisherman David Galat, who accidentally caught a frilled shark in 2015, told 3AW Radio via NPR. This 80-million-year-old deep sea dweller ranges from Pelic to benthic Jones, with the upper limit of 164 feet below the sea level and lower limit of around 5,000 feet, 1,500 meters deep. According to the Shark Research Institute, it may swim with its mouth open, using the conspicuously white teeth to attract prey before swallowing them. It looks like a shark that's like sculpted. Looks kind of like it has like a goo on it, and it has a green eye with no teeth. Giant isopod. You see, that looks just like a doodle bug or a roly poly. The giant isopod is a deep sea crustacean related to the roly polies and the pillbugs. Although the giant isopod ranges from size of 3 to 20 inches, 8 to 51 centimeters long, it dwarfs the majority of the marine isopods, which are typically measured about 2 inches, 5 centimeters, or smaller. The giant isopod is a prime example of deep sea giantism, a phenomenon seen in other deep sea creatures like the giant squid and the Japanese spider crab. It lives from 500 to 7,000 feet deep in the lower epalic sunlight to the upper midnight zones. Hey, Sarah. Yeah, the isopods are the ocean's roly polies. I agree. Quote, as far as we know, they are primarily scavengers. Ruth Carmichael, senior marine scientist at the Dulpin Island Sea Lab and professor of marine environmental sciences at the University of South Alabama, told How Stuff Works, quote, they play an important role in nutrient and element recycling by the digesting bites of decaying fish, crustaceans, and sea sponges are on the sea floor. And this is the giant spider. Scared. Like a daddy long legs, the giant sea spider has long, delicate legs extending from a smaller body. Unlike a daddy long legs, the giant sea spider prefers to live at the bottom of the ocean rather than in the corners of your ceiling. Some species of sea spiders, which I'm not quite sure I didn't know there were spiders, are tiny and the smallest have legs only a millimeter long. But the giant sea spider, which lives in the depths of 7,200 feet, 1,300 feet, can be up to 20 inches long, according to the MBARI. Whoa. Look at this. It's a sea pig. It looks like Squidward. Looks just like Squidward. What's on his head? It's like purple and blue looking. It looks like it has like these things in it. It has like this red things in it. And Sarah, I wonder which of these sea creatures have these genetic, tampering by the fallen angels. I wonder, like the giantism and stuff. I wonder if they had anything to do with that, if they tampered with it. But basically, but usually the fallen angel monsters of the sea are things like the kraken or supernatural type creatures. So like there's things underwater that are related to them, but not all of them are. Yeah, the face is a meme. That face is like unamused. Yeah, he's had enough. All right. Sea pigs are some of the weirder looking deep sea animals. They are not related to pigs. The name comes from the pinkish, transparent bodies and stubby tube legs, but are instead a type of sea cucumber. Their other resemblance to the pigs is that they will eat almost anything. Sarah says, Genesis 6, they messed with all creation. Oh, okay, thanks. Okay. Cute, though. Hope not poisonous. Yeah. Alright, so it was tampered with. Because if it has giantism, it was from the fall, that's where the fallen angel gene thing comes from. Deep sea anglerfish. Scared. Look at that face. Yeah, they ear sea cucumbers. They ear those sea cucumbers. They get them by the ears. It's like, all right, okay, all right, smarty pants. All right, sea cucumbers. It's your time. We're gonna ear you. We're gonna ear you. We're gonna ear these sea cucumbers. It's like that's like the insult over there. It's like those. We're gonna ear those sea cucumbers. Those sea cucumbers better watch out. They better stop lying. Sarah, something that I thought was interesting, I was learning that morning in Japan is Ohio, and it sounds like the state Ohio. It's funny. It's something interesting. Ear then cook ya. Yeah, that's the whole insult. It's like those sea cucumbers, ear then cook ya. We're gonna ear and then cook ya sea cucumbers. Yeah, right on, Sarah. And also, Sarah, I think it's interesting. Like, if you're gonna say eat steak, the words are switched around than when you say it in English, and you have to have like the O in the center. And it reminds me of like a puzzle piece because you have to put these different things in it to get the sentence to make sense. Very interesting language. Anglerfish refers to around 200 deep sea fish species found at various depths, up to 1,640 feet. 1,400 feet. Well, the better thing to say is 16,400 feet. And in many sizes, from the size of a fish to 4 feet long. Yes, Sarah, that's what I'm talking about. Yes. New ones species are still coming. All right, so they're saying that there's new species of these things coming up. All right, and also, Sarah, I was learning about doing something in Japanese, and there's like this de part that you have to like insert in the sentence for it to make sense. That's something else I was talking about. All right, Sarah. Yeah, Sarah, absolutely. Imagine the deep sea creatures that we don't know of. I did not see the Pacific Rim movies, but I'll look into it. I'll look them up. New ones are still coming up. All right. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Yeah. It deals with the deep ocean theme. New ones are still coming up. Ted Pietish, a professor of School of Aquatic and Fishery Sciences at the University of Washington and author of Oceanic Anglerfishes. According extraordinary diversity in the deep sea, told how stuff works. They live so deep that we don't really have a good idea of how big they actually are, how big they could get. We we send nets down to collect them, and the deeper we go, the larger the specimen comes up. Anglerfish famously create their own light, bioluminescent lure at the end of the dorsal empennage to attract prey, but it's only females of the species who hunt. Females are much larger than the males, up to 60 times larger, and provide nutrients for the male mates. All right, sea angels. All right, we're back. We had a moment there for a second, but we're back. Okay, we're back, everybody. So, Sarah, this is the Abyssal-Fish. Look at these crazy fish. Like, oh, very interesting. All right, we'll look that up for a second. The fiery squid, the firefly squid. It might be a similar thing. Yeah, they're bioluminescent, and they eat them over there. Yeah, I love eating squid like at the Vietnamese restaurant. Oh God, squid's so good. Okay, thank you, Sarah. Hot aru ika. Yeah, it looks very good. I mean, it's great. It's crazy, but it looks pretty good. Yeah. Hotaru means fire. Okay, thank you. It means firefly. Thank you. Yeah, it's very good. It looks very cool. And these are some of the abyssal fish. Look how crazy. Like, so they have bioluminescence and they're transparent. So crazy. Wonder how aggressive. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I wonder how aggressive they are too. They can be like they just kind of look for prey and stuff. But it would be interesting to know. But look how crazy this one looks. He looks like he has like a broken antenna, and he looks like a fried banana. And he's just like he's been alive for 1,000 years. Yes, in the Gulf. Yes, in the Gulf of America. Yeah, that's true. Dragon, flying fish, and dreamers. These may seem like creatures from fantasy world, but in the fact that they are names of fishes that live in cold, deep, dark, high pressure ocean oxygen called mesopalic. The beneath the surface, a trip to the mesopalic is not easy journey. For a while, scientists could hardly imagine that anything would live in such an extreme environment. Oh yeah, I see now. Wonder if the banana reef earlier went away. Yeah, understood. But it turns out that the middle of the ocean is not lifeless and void as once thought. And the Gulf of Mexico's mesopelic zone is particularly diverse body of water, so diverse that the scientists recently described the Gulf as one of the 33 unique mesopelic areas around the globe, what they called air icogons. I know, a life down there is just crazy to imagine. I agree. The Gulf is also one of the four mesopelic regions deemed super diverse. Surveys conducted by the Deepened Consortium, a place in the Gulf Research Initiative. In the years after the Deepwater Horizon's oil spill found that there are roughly 800 fish species that live in deep Gulf waters. Only three other deep places in the world can claim a similar number. Of the hundreds of 80 of these fish were previously unrecorded to the region. They are even a few specimens that only live within the Gulf, like the snaggletooth dragonfish, a rarity. Most mid-ocean animals are found throughout the globe. What astounds us over and over again is that we are still finding new species there are all the time. Says Tracy Sutton, principal investigator of the Deepened Constorium and professor of the marine environmental sciences of the Nova Southern University. Snaggletooth cute, yeah. How is that this region has so much diversity? It's combined of several factors, one of which has to do with the geography. The southern part of the Gulf sits in the tropics, on area of the world that in general has a high level of diversity. It begin to begin with, but the northern part of the Gulf also contains more temperate waters. This allows for both tropical and temperate species to live comfortably in the region. Also, with the open Atlantic and Caribbean next door, the species from the ecosystems can trickle and thrive. All right, we kind of went out for a second. We're coming back. That's funny, Sarah. All right. All right, Sarah. So when I go on some of these websites, sometimes it will cause the stream to have problems because of the data in it, and it weighs the stream down. So that's why that happens. But we're back. Not yet, YouTube. All right. So basically, with these pictures, so we have these. Look how gnarly that guy is. Yeah, snakes are everywhere. Absolutely. Yeah. And also right here. Bro, what are those? What are those? And also, it's black and dark, and it has bioluminescence to it. This one has a beard, and he's just chilling. It looks like a person. This is a depiction of it. Oh, same with y'all when gaming. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what it's like. Yeah, exactly. This is a depiction of a abyssal-fish monster. Yeah, I agree. I agree. It is very unique. Yeah, Sarah, I think it's very unique, and also you see this transparent specimen. Look at it. It's like its head. You could like look at like what is in its head. It's like that's where its brains are and its organs. It's transparent. I'm white and I my veins. You could see the veins. That is just alien. Like I could see the color of my veins and stuff because I have transparent skin, but that dude's transparent. And let's see, he's just chilling. He's like the regular fish, but you could see right through him. See, that's an anglier fish washed up on shore. See, it glows in the dark underwater, but on land, it just looks like it's kind of like a black light, and you put in the light bulb and it's purple. See, it's like a dark light. It's just crazy to think about what lies in the abyss. Scared. That's another deep sea fish. It does look like a plant inside of it. Yeah. Wow, that's really gnarly looking. He was really angry. And Sarah said, even when the dead looks frightening. Absolutely. Look at this crazy thing in its eyes. Its bulging eyes. I mean, it looks insane. Yikes indeed. Yikes indeed for sure. Yeah. Well, it's looking grumpy. It's grumpy. Oscar the Grouch underwater. This deep sea fish has had enough of work. Sarah said the fallen. Yeah, let's give him some science. Make the head transparent. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, and the anglerfish, it looks kind of angry, and it's looking up out in space, and it's just going like, and it just doesn't care. Now look at these bioluminescent fish. That's crazy. It's a jellyfish that's glowing. I saw that at the aquarium one time. Look at the deep sea ocean fish. Look how cool they are. Yeah, biojealous. Yeah, biojealous. Yeah, that's hilarious. Oh, look at this one. That's another one of the same fish. Look, it's glowing. It looks like there's, it's like two kind of like two balls in there. Yeah, it has it's like a nice cool green glowing in the dark light. Yeah, look at that one. Wow. This is one of my favorite ones. Yeah, that one is a vampire. And that's the bioluminescence. It's so cool. Yeah, and look at this one. That's a really nice picture of the abyssal zone. Yeah, that is so cool. So cool. Have Australian friends, and yeah, never will go in their waters. Yeah. Yeah, the vampire fish. The light was here earlier, and she's in Australia. And Sarah, I'll tell you something. So basically, yeah, thank you, Sarah. So basically, what happened with the snow, it was very fun, and I got to throw You see, basically with the stream, it's like I was excited to I was excited to do the stream. Yeah, she's well. Yeah, she's well. We're coming back up. Yes, the snow is still there right now. It's melting away a little bit, but yes, the snow's still there. Oh yeah, Sarah, and also I felt like I was in a movie, like basically. So I always feel like I'm in a movie with the live streams, and I had to, I have to say, like with the jungle streams, that was a cool thing too. But this was a very crazy, interesting experience. It looked like the Winter Wonderland, and yeah, that's true. It was at Florida Beach. It was at Florida Beach also, and yeah, so it felt like kind of like being in a movie, and like a survival thing. Like I felt like I was in a survival situation in the snow, and y'all are with me. And my phone got water liquid in it, and it had to dry for like 2 hours before I could charge it. And I was gonna show you the tropical plants, the elephant ear plants, in the ice. And right when I turned my camera over, it went out. And it was so fun and crazy in the wind and the snow, and it was like nearly up to my kneecaps in some parts. In other parts of the yard, it got to 20 inches, but mostly the average was about 8 to 9 inches. So 8 to 9 inches were the average. Yeah, I thought that it was very fun, and I'm glad that I had y'all with me. Yes, it was crazy. It was crazy. And I woke up and there was piles of snow. Like I woke up outside and I saw that there were, it was like a pile of snow outside, and it was blowing, and it was tons of snow falling. Yeah, so it got to 20 inches on the by the gate. Record for the 1800s. And Sarah, I'll tell you that basically, yeah, I think it's a polar shift. Yeah. I think a polar shift occurred, and like for instance, it snowed in 2017 in another part of the state, and every year, like 2013 and even last year, it'll be like patches of snow will be seen, but it won't snow at all. But like you'll see patches of snow, and it'll get really cold. This is the only time it was able to stick. Because I'll see it on cars and stuff, like pieces of snow in the cars. So I think that even in Alaska, in their biggest city, we got more snow here than they did. So I think that basically, with it could be sun solar maximum in the making. I think that could be so, and I'll see throughout the years. Yeah, yeah. Oh, wow, to Alaska. Yeah, and also, she says the snow plows from other states. Yeah, and so it was from the northern states. So they got snow plows here, and also, yeah, I went out and I like took a video of the snow, and I think that it was nice having y'all here, and I'm glad that you got to talk to Amanda. And thank you for telling what happened with chat because I would never have been able to have known what they were saying after it ended. My internet went out, and also I couldn't charge my phone until 2 hours later. And I encountered the space yetis, but I fought them off and I won. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate it. And it was nice experiencing that with Dwayne and all of you. I accumulated a lot of good friends. So I think it's important to have these good chat friends. Yeah, Zero was funny. Yes, he was. And there was music in the background in the distance, so I couldn't have the sound on and talk to y'all. So it had to be muted. I could have put a text in there that said that, but I didn't think of it at the time. But with all the snow on my phone, it wouldn't have really. It would have been very difficult to have done that. Yeah, because it was just. I'm glad I went in it, but after you walk in a pathway in the snow, after that pathway becomes very slippery. Yes, a Hans victory. Oh, I definitely agree with safety first. That makes perfect sense. And also, the snow was like sand, and you know, we had a Because it's like people say that down here with the weather I have, I could just grow stuff all the time. But California, I would say, is more like that. But here it gets very cold. Even if it doesn't snow, it freezes and kills all the vegetation. It's killed pepper plants. It killed an avocado tree I had. I'm growing a new avocado tree, but it's like New Orleans and Louisiana. It's a diverse season. You know, in Louisiana, because it has like tropical, because it's in the spectrum of the northern weather. You know, and so that's why it's tropical, but you still have the snow and like the cold weather at the same time. Hello, Marie. Good to see you. Thank you, Sarah, for saying that the snow looks good on me. Thanks. Now, when I'm talking about vegetation, I'm talking about the freeze. I'm not talking about the snow. All of the vegetation's fine, it looks like. The grass is still green. Okay, Sarah. Yes, understood. Yeah, because I was looking at my, I was looking at my comment section, and I saw your name and it was changed, so I knew it was you. Yeah, because that's how I knew. Because I saw a comment you made. I'm like, who's that? Like, okay, that must be Sarah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, shout out to Marie. You're welcome, Marie. And it's good to see you here in chat. The hero bee. Yeah, shout out to the hero bee. So the snow experience was very fun, and that when you walk in a path in snow, that path gets slippery and kind of icy, so it's kind of tedious to walk on the path. But the snow itself is fun. You're welcome, Marie. Let's see how this goes. I'm a little bit suspicious about the connection. It's acting kind of goofy. All right, so this is about Timu. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. All right, so basically, I'm going to put this in the chat. Yeah, it's not my computer. It's my, sometimes my, or the weather is causing it a problem. That's what it probably is. All right. So, Timu is an online marketplace operated by Chinese e-commerce company PDD Holdings, which is owned by Colin Huang. It offers heavily discounted customer goods, mostly shipped to customers directly from China. It's mostly shipped to customers directly from China. I did a live stream about a long time since it snowed here. Temu's business model has allowed it to become popular amongst consumers, but has also drawn concerns over data privacy, forced labor, intellectual property, and the quality of the marketplace products. The company has been embroiled in legal disputes with Shein. Well, glad that you're with us, Sarah. I'm glad you're with us and glad that the weather's good over there. Sarah, thanks for saying I look good in the snow. All right. So let's see what we get out of this. Shout out to Marie. That's very, very noble. Very noble. Temu is owned and operated by PDD Holdings, a multinational commerce group registered in the Cayman Islands with Dublin as listed as the principal office. Address: PDD Holdings also owns Pinduoduo, popular. a popular online commerce platform in China. In the US, Temu is under the ownership of Walico Incorporated, subsidiary of PDD Holdings, registered in the states of Delaware and Massachusetts. Yes, alien on a snowy planet. Also, I made a small snowman, an alien pirate snowman. It's getting more popular than Amazon. Scared. Hilarious. The Temu platform first went live in the United States in September 2022 and ran ads during the February 2023. During the Super Bowl. In March 2023, Temu launched Australia and New Zealand. In the following month, Temu launched in France, Germany, Italy, and the Netherlands, and Spain, and the UK. Temu eventually expanded in Latin American market. On January 17, 2024, Temu officially launched in South Africa, the 49th country that Temu had entered since its launch in September 2022. Yeah, and Marie, with StreamYard, now I think what they could do is put a 1 in front of the number, but you could call in through, but it would be better for you probably to call in through the StreamYard. Tada looks around. And basically, as I said, something I appreciate y'all being here in spite of the glitches that are going on. Because earlier it was working fine. I may have not have had the internet reset like I should have because I was dealing with some other stuff earlier, but it worked better than I thought it did. Because what I usually do, I kind of have like a reset before I do it, but maybe it would have worked better if I would have resetted it, or maybe it wouldn't have, you know. And No, with StreamYard, it's a website. StreamYard's a website and with an email, and it's no password, and they just send you a code, and you could talk through there. You don't have to download it. It's a website like YouTube. Yes, 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 absolutely, Sarah. Yes. All right. So basically, with StreamYard, it's an app. It's a website, not an app. It's a website, and you can people could stream on it, but you could have an account and say if I had a StreamYard link, and you click the link and you could join the call. It's free, and you could do audio only, and you would be on the show and stuff like that without actually having to, directly call in through a phone. Sarah, it's fine. I don't mind you talking. It's okay. This is the place for that. In February 2024, Timu offered. Oh, yeah, now, Marie, that's fine. Do it whenever you're ready. And also, right now, there's an issue with the stream. With the. It's at the connection's working, but it's kind of glitchy. So today wouldn't be a good day anyway. All right. All right. In February 2024, Timu offered 15 million in a giveaway and multiple Super Bowl ads that several congressmen had to ask the network not to run. As a result of the ads, the company saw a spike in the searches for their name and traffic, reaching 100 million active users in the US, over 130 million app downloads globally, and approximately 420 million monthly website visits, as per Sim Rush. Research by Sensor Tower estimated that in the last quarter of 2013, not in 2013, but in 2023, Timu users spent an average of 23 minutes a week on the app compared to 18 minutes on Amazon, 22 minutes on eBay. I love this chat. All right. Lawsuits with Shein. In December 2022, Temu was sued by rival company Shein, alleging that Temu had enlisted online influencers to make false and deceptive statements about Shein to promote its own goods. Temu later sued Shein in 2023, alleging Shein had engaged in a campaign of threats, intimidation, false assertions, scared of infringement, and attempts to impose baseless punitive fines on clothing manufacturers thought to be working with Temu ninjas. On July 31, 2023, Shein wrote a temporary restraining order against Temu in a different case, alleging that the company used Shein's copyrighted images in product listings. Copyright images producing listings. Later in August, Shein sought an injunction against Temu. All right, we're back. All right, we're back. All right. All right, so thanks for the patience, everybody. And after this, I'm sure she won't be using Temu. Okay. And you're giving alien ideas. Yep. Scared. All right. Scared. All right. So later in August, Sheen sought an injunction against Temu, filed at London's High Court, alleging the companies identify thousands of instances where Temu sellers copied listing photos, violating posts to be taken down, and at least £100,000 in damages. Or 100,000 euros. 100,000 euros. On July 18, 2023, Temu filed a federal lawsuit accusing Shein of violating the U.S. antitrust laws. Temu stated in the indictment that as of 2012, I don't know why I keep doing this. All right. On July 18, 2023, suit accusing Shein of violating U.S. antitrust laws. Temu stated that as of 2022, Shein owns more than 75%. On July 18, 2023, federal lawsuit accusing Shein of violating U.S. antitrust laws. Temu stated the indictment. As of 2022, Shein owns more than 75% of the U.S. ultra-fast market, leveraging its market dominance and compel exclusive arguments with appeal manufacturers, restricting them from collaborating with Temu. Temu further contended in May of 2023 that Shein mandated manufacturers restricting collaborating with Temu. Further contended that in May 2023, Shein mandated that 8,000 manufacturers supplying, selling on their platform sign exclusive distribution agreement, preventing them from offering their products to Temu platforms or the Temu affiliated sellers. Temu contends that these manufacturers linked to Shein constitutes a substantial portion, estimated at 70% to 80% of the merchants offering ultra fast fashion products in the US, leading to higher prices, fewer customer options, and hindered growth of the US ultra fashion market. So that's basically saying about all these lawsuits and stuff with Temu is quite shady. In October 2023, Shein and Temu requested that their respective cases against each other be dismissed without prejudice in Massachusetts and Illinois. Neither company offered further explanation or whether a settlement had been made. In December 2023, Temu sued Shein again, alleging illegal interference with suppliers. In February 2024, Temu issued a counterclaim that London High Court accused Shein of breaking British law by trying suppliers of fast fashion products to exclusive agreements, a claim and values at £4.2 million, which Shein denies. Temu also alleged that Shein bullied, intimidated, and detained suppliers in China as part of a campaign Marie says, so Temu is like Amazon. Did I get that right? There have been some scandals around Amazon too, working conditions and stuff. Is it the same with Temu too? Yes, it's the same thing, but with Temu it's even worse than the other one. Yeah, they both do. They both do. Business model. Temu allows China-based vendors to sell and ship directly to customers without having to rely on intermediate distributors. In the devastation country, making products more affordable, some sellers have stated that Temu asked them to lower the prices even to the point of selling items at a loss. Temu offers free goods, and some users who successfully refer to new users via affiliate codes. Social media and gamification. Temu also uses the family warehouses fulfillment centers run out of personal residences, often those overseas. Chinese migrants' online purchases on Temu can be made using web browser or through the dedicated mobile app. Temu uses large-scale online advertising campaigns on Facebook and Instagram. Temu requires its sellers to offer their products at prices lower than those found on Alibaba. On AliExpress, rather. Authorities authorizes rather only Temu authorizes only one with the lowest price. Temu not meeting Temu's minimum sales requirement. Pieces $90 to 14 days are removed from the platform. Sarah says, just need global commerce to be held properly. Proper standards usually ends up the buyer making a push for better, right? Ooh, the owner of Alibaba arrested some time back for what was going on and in file. Well, yeah, absolutely. Here's something about Temu and Amazon. I also appreciate the patience about the situation with the connection. I appreciate the patience. Completion between Temu and Amazon has led each company to match other supply chain strategy in 2024 with Temu on board onboarding warehouses in the United States to shorten delivery time, sell larger items, and diversify away from de minimis shipping, and Amazon signing up sellers in China to ship directly to buyers. Onboarding warehouses in the United States to shorten delivery time, sell larger items, diversify away from de minimis shipping, and Amazon signing up sellers in China to ship products directly to buyers as an alternative to use existing fulfillment by Amazon warehouse. Okay, thank you, Marie. All right. So, Amazon and Temu are a competition with each other. Amazon is signing up sellers in China to ship products directly to buyers as an alternative to using its existing fulfillment by Amazon warehouse. In September 2024, the Biden administration announced that it would propose a new rule to close We're back. We're back. In September 2024, the Biden administration announced that it would propose a new ruling to close the 800 de minimis exception import duties and institute additional information disclosure requirements. The plan raised concerns that the small sellers could be hurt disproportionately compared to larger platforms such as Temu. Right, right, exactly, Sarah. It'll change with Trump. Right. In October 2024, in October 2024, Indonesia asked Apple and Google to block Temu stores from their small businesses in the country. In November 2024, Vietnam stated that Temu had not been authorized to do business in the country and suspended the following month. Buffering? Okay. In October 2024, Indonesia asked Apple and Google to block Temu from their app stores to protect small businesses in the country. In November 2024, Temu stated that Vietnam stated that Temu had not been authorized to do business in the country and suspended it the following month. In 20 the Indo don't mess around. Shocked about Vietnam, though, but yeah, usually flip flop, right? Well, they might see China as an imperialist country that's trying to, make capital off their people. So they would want their, workers' utopia to not be affected by the Timu imperialists. As I said, I'm not a communist, but that's what probably their thought pattern is. In 2023, 5 Timu ads were banned from Advertising Standard Authority in the UK, showing a bikini-wearing girl estimated to be aged 8 to 11 in a pose that was quite adult for her age. I knew Timu was creepy. There you go. Jock straps that emphasized outline of the certain parts. And so they had some creepy pictures of the creepy ads of underage children in bikinis. The company's policy would be shown again, but disputed the other findings by the ASA, saying not showing models' faces was not meant to be objectify women and other retailers. Yeah, shout out to the Germans and the German food. Temu is facing a two-class action lawsuit in the U.S. over unsolicited texts from the National to Do Not Registry of the continued even after the recipients replied stop. There's all kinds of data issues with Temu also. Wow. Wow. I've been alive for a little while. I'm just rocking back and forth like an alien would. Alright. And he's kind of like glitching out a little bit. But he's still talking. He's still talking. In spite of, because I'm looking at it, it's like orange and red. I mean, that's pretty, good that's still keeping a signal, okay? 52 views tonight, 8 likes, 2 concurrent viewers, and 4 hours and 22 minutes so far. Yeah. Well. Well, thank you, Sarah, and praise the Lord that I'm still here with the internet and still, functioning, and y'all could still see me and all, and it didn't go out completely. Amen. Let's cover something else, and we'll see how this goes. Okay. Consumer complaints. According to Andrew Chow, writing for the time of 2022, Timu customers experience a rash, unveil, undelivered packages, product disparities due to false advertisements, the mysterious charges, as well as unresponsive customer service, according to Sarah Prez, writing for TechCrunch. In the relation to Timu's advertising campaigns, these ads appear to be working to boost Timu's installs, but dig into the app's reviews and you'll find similar complaints to Wish, including the scammy list. In October 2022, Yeah, she is. My favorite cuisine is Mexican and Indian. Oh, and pizza. Best job I ever had was delivering pizza. Got mine for free every day. That's awesome. Come on, dude. In October 2022, the Boston branch of Better Business Bureau opened. Right, I agree, Sarah. Hans, and it is sad because I bet some shops are legit on Temu. Yeah, I agree. I agree. And basically, you know, when someone's good, they get, mushed up with the bad. It's terrible when that happens, when there's something good, but then it gets all mixed up with the bad. My grandpa likes Timu, and he got some pretty cool stuff from there, and he gave me some headphones from there. I mean, he liked it, but I mean, there's all this controversy around it. In October 2022, the Boston branch of the Better Business Bureau opened a file. We'll get back to it in a moment, but yeah, sorry, Hans. I think I'm distracting you from your actual topic. If we had the co-pilot stranded in here, I think she would have herself of a cow, probably, or what's called a fit. That's what that means. But Marie, it's okay to talk about what you want to talk about. I think you're decently staying on topic. I don't mind y'all hanging out, you know, and chatting. It's okay. Well, you're welcome to your husband. I'm glad he enjoyed it. All right. So, well, we'll get this. All right. Let's do this quick. Okay. In October 2022, the Boston branch of the Better Business Bureau opened a file on Timu by ending of 2022. They had received 31 complaints from the customers regarding the website service. As of January 2024, the company has a BBB rating of C plus, though the company is not BB accredited. Okay, so Timu by the end of 2022, they received 31 complaints from the customers regarding the website service. As of January 2024, the company has a BBB rating of C plus, though the company is not a BBB accredited. Be patient. I'm gonna read this again because it looks like it's better. Maybe. Okay. By the end of it, looks like it's going downhill. Okay. Okay. As I'm looking at this gear and it's going red, but yeah, but y'all can still hear me though. Allegedly. Okay. So anyway, so it seems like there's a lot of shady stuff going on. and there's a lot of complaints about the website, and it's not BBB accredited, and it seems like a scam, you know, and not over here. Thank you, Sarah. All right, and product quality. Some merchants use Temu as a clearinghouse where they attempt to sell off when they attempt to sell off low quality or expired or outdated products. In August 2024, Seal authorities discovered that the products sold by the popular online retailers Shein contained toxic substances far exceeding legal safety limits. Inspections revealing alarming levels of harmful chemicals such as phthalates and formaldehyde and lead in various items like shoes, hats, toys, and nail polish. These substances pose significant health risks, including reproductive harm, carcinogenetic effects, liver poisoning. In response to South Korean officials demanding the removal of these products for sale, the companies involved initiated the international investigation to enhance their safety compliance measures. Shut up and listen, Marie. Calling myself to order. Well, that's a good job. I'm glad that you understand what you have to do in the spaceship. We do not need any saggy aliens sagging around. We do not need aliens becoming saggy. Alright, so Temu has some dangerous chemicals in it. In a separate investigation conducted by Toy Industrious of Europe in the early 2024, one of the 19 toys purchased from Temu compiled posing significant risks to children. The toys failed to meet critical safety standards, leading to potential hazards such as cooking, strangulation, and chemical exposure. The TIE highlighted the ongoing issue of third-party sellers on the non-EU platforms like Temu who bypassed stringent EU safety laws. This promoted calls for stricter enforcement and revision of the toy safety regulation to close legal loopholes and ensure better protection for customers. Reminds you of a scandal I've heard years ago. It was about the material in toys from China. I mean toys. Understood, Captain Hans. That's good. Those 3 words, wisest words said tonight. Hello, Bubbles. Welcome. Shout to Bubbles. In March 2024, Baby Center did a review on the app of Temu and said that the website had found products that had been recalled could be counterfeit or circumvent US safety standards and features that are important in preventing uses like choking. Digital Service Act in May 2024, European Customer Organization launched a complaint against Temu with the breaches of the Digital Service Act concerning trader traceability requirements and algorithmic transparency and accountability. In October 2024, the European Commission launched an investigation against Temu amid concerns over the sale of illegal and counterfeit products on the platform. The reappearance of previously banned sellers and addictive designs. In May 2023, the United States-China Economic and Security Review Commission raised concerns about the risks to users' personal data on Temu after Pinduoduo, its sister app in China, was suspended from Google Play because some of its versions not available on the Google App Store were found update to remove the exploits, and P disbanded the term engineers and product managers who had developed them. According to CNN source, most of the team were transferred to Temu, working in various departments, but a core group of engineers remained at P. On May 17, 2023, Greg Ganforte, the governor of the U.S. state of Montana, banned Temu on government devices statewide, along with ByteDance applications including TikTok, WeChat, and Telegram. According to Political Apple, said that the company previously violated the company's mandatory privacy rules and misled people about how it uses their data. Separate class action lawsuits were filed against Temu in 2023, located in Illinois and New York, each regards to Temu's handling of private data collection via accounts made on their platform. In February 2024, South Korean Personal Information Protection Commission launched an investigation into Temu and their e-commerce platform regarding the handling of user data. In June 2024, Arkansas attorney forced labor concerns. In 2023, the United States House Select Committee on Strategic Complaints between the United States and Chinese Communist Party stated that Temu did not maintain even the facade of meaningful compliance program with the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act to keep goods made by forced labor off its platform. The committee's report delivered critical evaluation on Temu, suggesting high risk of forced contamination within Temu supply chains. I agree, Sarah. You get what you pay for. Yeah, I agree. In Temu supply chains, the report also found that Temu had exploited United States de minimis rules to evade customs enforcement. The 2024 Temu faced renewed criticism, referring to 2023 report of the U.S. Senator Tom Cotton and the U.S. House of Representatives Kat Kamak and Michelle Steele after the company aired commercials during the Super Bowl. In August 2024, over 20 U.S. State Attorney General requested information from Temu on its labor conditions in compliance with the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, alleged connections to the Chinese Communist Party. So in China, there's a situation similar to Nazi Germany, where they have the Uyghurs and the Han Chinese. Super D, he's German. He's here sometimes. He was explaining it to me that basically the Uyghur and Han conflict is similar to the conflict that what the Nazis did to the Jews. So the Uyghurs are mixed with Chinese blood, and the Han Chinese are more pure. And so basically, what happened is the Han Chinese seem to have an over. All right, so basically, that the Uyghurs and the Chinese. So the Uyghurs are Turkish, and they're Chinese. And then you have the Han Chinese, and they have these racial conflicts with each other. And the Uyghurs are Muslim, but the main problem is Right, guys. Facts. Straight up facts. Absolutely. Yeah, so Timu has been criticized for having a 996 hours working system, and the workplace has been connected to employee deaths. Timu has been criticized for having an intense workplace culture, encouraging a 996 work hour system. This work culture right. I agree. I agree. Yeah, it's good. The Yeah, it's on YouTube. You're welcome, Marie. Yeah, so it seems like the internet's having a Timu moment, certainly. And also, you're welcome, Marie. You're welcome. Now, I'm glad that y'all at least hung in here and chatted with me. Now, next time I have to have the Wi-Fi reset before I do it because it just wasn't. It didn't happen this time when it should have. I think this stream would have been much different if that would have happened. So next time I'll certainly have that done because I always do it, but this time I wasn't able to get it done this time. Yeah. Right. Right. Unions aren't a thing in Sealand. Right. Right. You know, because the communists say they're for the workers and all, but they're not. Yeah. Also, everybody, I want to say that we have reached the end of the show that I want to talk about. And, you know, I think you two and everybody else that's watching for staying in spite of the made in China Temu Wi-Fi. That it's a good Wi-Fi system, but it has problems sometimes. And well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Marie. I'm glad that you and Sarah enjoyed it. All right, so thank you everyone for coming, and have a good afternoon, Marie, and also good evening to you, Sarah. All right, and I'm gonna sleep for a little while and wake up. You're welcome, Sarah. I'm glad that you like this international network I created. All right, so okay, everybody, I'll be heading out, and peace. That's a cool feature my computer does. It, you know, it puts the balloons out. All right, so see y'all in the next one.